All right. So, thanks to OBS or my computer or just, God, intervening,
God,
we're
God
just,
laughing in our face.
I don't want it to be like this, but yeah, it is like this. And so today we have,
We have literally zero. How many people do we have in here? Should we wait a second and like just kind of bullshit for a second before we really get into it, or?
sure.
I mean, on my end, it says there's 0 people here yet. I mean, I see Seb's is in there, but I mean, before we really get into the introductions and everything like that, maybe since we had a little bit of a choppiness, because Hash Kush reached out to us in the Discord, I responded. They were like, "Oh, are you starting later? Is there technical difficulties?" I shot them a message, or I responded to them and let them know that. So okay, now okay. People are coming in. We're good.
I'm sorry, everybody. It was
You don't have to
if
apologize.
I know.
This isn't that serious of an operation. We're here. We're on time. If anything, we're early at this point. And there's a little bit of the bells and whistles that aren't here, but we will persevere. We're not here for the bells and whistles. We're here for the conversations and the content and
Right.
the analysis. So
We're here for the classic TM recipe of subversive history, I guess.
Yeah. Shy talk, in other words, to boil it down in the classic Irish way of doing it. So we'll get into will I introduce myself?
Yes. Everyone's probably wondering,
Yeah,
like, who's the third guy here? Who's this third white guy? And today, right, it is our good guest, our new friend, Nathan. Nathan, would you like to introduce yourself?
My name's Nathan, and I'm from Ireland, if you probably couldn't tell from my accent, like, but I'm a member of IRG for New Republic. Yes, we want a socialist republic, okay? And I'm also a trade union activist as well. Yeah.
So like, I guess just to get a little deeper into it. So like, how did you first become, conscious of like socialism, or like become like politically conscious in that way, like during your upbringing, where you started to kind of veer towards that side of politics?
I suppose it started like in Ireland around 2008, 2009. I was young. Like my father has always been a trade unionist. His father was a trade unionist. So it's like we kind of had that trade union tradition that was there. But it's also like I kind of we grew up. I grew up when the boom was happening. We call it the boom, and it's also called the Celtic Tiger, where there was like, like business was booming in Ireland, and then all of a sudden just huge crash. Like my dad was working 3-day a week, and my mother was unemployed. Like half probably all the people on my street were unemployed. And a lot of people at the time were like taking out these kind of like mortgages and stuff like that on the houses, and they were like exorbitant amount of mortgages, and all of a sudden they're not able to pay them. Like it was down that time. I was like, kind of it shakes you up a bit. But like if I'm going back now, it's 2023, maybe 26. Yeah, I was only young, but really now I started getting into politically minded when I was about 15, 16 years of age, just because, you're kind of going through the school system and you kind of get that, that small amount of bourgeois education, just enough to be able to vote, but not enough to think about why you're voting, that sort of stuff. And where I really got into like really like, let's say, class conscious politics now would be, the same old cliche. I was in college, just coincidentally around that time when I'm like going into adulthood, and like you get like these right wingers like, how come you become political when you're like, just about going to become 20 years of age? Like it's voting age, and you become political. But yeah, like that's kind of like I met this dude, and we kind of like had discussions around republicanism. Like republicanism, different thing in Ireland. Completely.
Yeah. We're gonna have to clarify what. Let's veer off of your development for one moment. And can you just define the difference between like what republicanism means in Ireland as opposed to what it would mean in the United States?
It would be like it follows that same trajectory of the Enlightenment period, let's say of the French Revolution, like the big defining factor of the French Revolution, like equality, freedom, and liberty. And in Ireland, we had the Jacobin movement that was there as well with Wolfe Tone. And like one of his famous quotations for Wolfe Tone is that if we cannot rely on the men of property, if we cannot rely on men of property, then we can only rely on the men of no property. So at that time, you could say like he was be like that kind of proto-socialist, but he wasn't against, like the abolition of private property, like some contemporaries that would exist around the time, like John Milley or maybe a couple others. But republicanism now in Ireland would be always had that sort of like people orientation, and even up to 1864 with the Fenian Proclamation. The Fenian Proclamation was, written after, of course, the Communist Manifesto. And if you were ever to read it, like you'll see like it advocated the separation of church and state, which is always that main tenet. Even in the First Amendment of the Constitution, like if the US calls for separation of church and state. However, that's still a struggle now that I've noticed in the US. But like republicanism in Ireland is just different from the
So
republicanism.
that whole separation between church and state, is that more so to prevent like any kind of like revival of like an Irish monarchy or anything like that?
Our monarchy was destroyed like by British colonialism with
Right.
with an event called the Flight
Well,
of the
that's why I
Irish.
refer to it as like a revival, and that like because
But
I think that
it's mostly around that Enlightenment time, like it was like early conceptions like of, let's say, a lot of critiques against religion would be like, oh, it's made by the bourgeois class, they're lying to you, therefore God is a lie, it's lies, impostures, illusions, and all that sort of stuff. Like, but
right.
as history marches forward, we kind of get a more of a like religion being used to kind of understand
Right.
the natural world, like as Marx and Engels would write, it's like that fantastic, that fantastic image we have of the world in the natural sense. So it really kind of like gets rid of that, rationalist approach towards religion, towards seeing religion in its historical context, rather than seeing it through like, it's a mode of deception, that sort of
So
stuff.
I noticed that like it's always about republicanism, and it's never like Irish socialism or Irish communism. Is there like a distinct difference for like, let's say, somebody that like hasn't read anything about this? What's up, Red Falcon?
Yeah.
Um, is there any significant like difference, right, between like Irish republicanism and like socialism or communism, or any kind of like contrasting rather than like the similarities?
There is, in a sense, like, but main difference would be like, obviously the main tenet of communism is the abolition of private property,
Right.
and republicanism fundamentally never really came around to that, although it does have that old tradition of having to always rely on the working people. Well, the working people was, my modern conception. So like you'd have in let's say 1916, with the 1916 proclamation, like probably know it off by heart by now because I read it off so often. But like that talks about Irish sovereignty, unfettered control of Irish destinies, looking after the children and all that sort of stuff. So like in terms of after 1916, you had then like coming into the 1920s. So you had the founding of like the slow introduction of the socialist program into Irish republicanism, mainly due to James Connolly. James Connolly now was the man that brought Marxism into republicanism to form what he would coin, or some few others would coin, socialist republicanism. And a lot of the time, republicanism and socialism march together. So in, let's say, I'm going to jump a period. 1960s, you had Sinn Féin and the IRA. So socialism was making its way into the IRA movement. And funny enough, like this is something I only read recently because it was to do with Cumann Amon. Cumann Amon were actually very conservative, like up in the 60s, and I was kind of shocked to learn that. They were like, the way one of my comrades have written it was, they were like the first provos. Like the provos now would be the provisional IRA. They were the split from the IRA, and they mostly split over ideological reasoning. So
the provos, those were the more like hardcore, like
so straight to the true program of republicanism. However, that changes with time. So
right, they were the more militaristic, like right, because it stands for like what, the provisional like army originally or something.
It's to do with the North and South. So IRA Army Council was in the South, the command was there, and then most of the fighting was in the North. So there was a difference between strategy of the officials, the stickies, we call them now, the Workers' Party, the official IRA and the provisional IRA. And the provos were like, we're sorry, no, it's just like, there's a lot of history to unpack here, like, so so yeah, the provos in the North that were like, we know what we're fucking talking about, and like, we don't want to be taking command from orders from the South, like, because the South would kind of be reining them in. And just by virtue of the fact that, like, if you're in Dublin, like, you don't know much about the struggle of the North, like, only by anecdotal evidence. You aren't living in like the Bogside in Derry. You aren't living in Belfast, or areas of Belfast where there was pogroms happening at the time, or like.
And what is this that you're referring to right now, when the pogroms are happening and there's this interplay between the North and the South?
Like in 1920s, there was pogroms.
What year? 60s?
The 1969. Now there'll be a lot of violence kicking up. I can actually post a video into the chat about that as well.
Yeah, that'd be great. So you're saying in the North, the guys are like, you guys are saying, giving us instruction from down from the South, but you're not up here in the trenches where things are actually happening. We're up here maneuvering through the actual, the actual violence of it. And, we think that there's a different approach here.
And there's also ideological reasonings as well, mostly because down in the South with the officials, they were taking on a socialist program, and the provos were like, no, we don't want your socialism. That's a foreign import, that sort of stuff.
Really?
And
the provos were in the North.
Yeah, the provos were mostly situated in the North. Yeah.
All right, so the provos that like are living through the pogroms, there's a hardcore kind of like militarists, like they're actually like, no, we don't want socialism. We want like Irish Republicanism.
Yeah, you can think it might shock you, like, but it doesn't, like, it's totally understandable in a way,
right?
That where like the first group that split was at Bodenstown was Cumann Amon, and Cumann Amon was the women's movement that was there, like, and obviously if Cumann Amon, you have IRA husbands. If I'm going, you're going. That's the sort of scenario that happened there.
One more quick question, like as far as like the provos are concerned, like are they where do they fall on? I assume
they actually become socialists later on.
I assume they're also separating from like the Catholic aspect of it too, right?
Yeah, it was an anti-sectarianism is built in republicanism, and that's what the basis of our tricolor is based on. So the orange, white, and green is. Yeah, it's the orange, white, and green. I don't want it to be thinking about. I don't want to mix it up with the Ivory Coast flag. So it's the bridging of divides between the two communities, the Unionists and the the Nationalists. Like, so.
Oh, okay.
That's what that stands for. Like the orange being like Orange Order and Unionists and all that sort of stuff, loyalists and stuff, and then you have the Republicans and the Nationalists that were there. So that's what the tricolor stands for. So in an initial sense, the tricolor is a revolutionary flag at the start, from the get-go, like, until like the counter-revolution, where you had a minority of Republicans led by Michael Collins, and he goes around massacring fucking Republicans, the OGs at the time. because
So you're saying there was a purge?
Yeah, him and Winston Churchill had, they agreed a lot. They had good. He used to send Winston Churchill letters like saying, "Here, send us arms. We need arms." They might agree politically and all that sort of stuff. But that's just how shit history happens.
I mean, like, that's what we try to do here on Subversive History. We're not trying to like shit on any of like, these revolutionary movements. We're not trying to detract from like any support that like they rightfully deserve, right? But we're trying to like, come at this from a place of critical support, and that like, you're not going to be able to critically support anything if you're just overlooking all of like, the missteps, or not even missteps, but just like, mistakes. Yeah, like Falcon is saying.
Yeah.
That like, it's important to acknowledge mistakes, because how are you supposed to be able to grow from them? And also, how are you supposed to be able to like, navigate, right, any kind of criticisms from like, an unsupportive place, right, if you don't have any like knowledge of it?
Yeah, like it is like it's difficult, like let's say, to explain. Like, when I was in the north, like recently, it's just it's like walking into a different dimension, just totally different world. Like it shocks you. It's a culture shock. It's so different. Like I was when I was told, like, Nathan, you don't fucking know anything. When I went there, I was true. I didn't fucking know anything. Like there's areas where the police do not go there. Nowhere. There are only
in the north.
In the north, no fucking way. Dangerous. Like this, that, like I'd be like, man, if America had this, it'd be great. Because there was one point there was firing RPGs into fucking police cars coming up the road. There's a place called RPG.
I'm assuming this is the 70s, right? That whole like RPGs.
No, this is
now.
Well, in the 70s they were firing RPGs thanks to fucking Gaddafi giving them to us.
Right? Yeah. Sick.
Like,
based.
even at this time, like it's like when I was up there in Derry, just walking around, like you'll see like bed sheets with like names and then like a target on them, like tout and all that sort of stuff. Like fucking hell, like it's a shock.
Are these people in the north? Are they like organized politically? Like are they like part of like kind of like maybe like some of the like parties or groups that you affiliate with?
In Derry, it'd be mostly inland. Like we don't have much of a presence in the north. Okay. Like, we had a bit in the north, and they split off to form Lasser Jarrag. They're red flame or something like that. Lasser Jarrag. That's what it's called. Just to maybe yeah. But
so
probably go back to the Provo thing.
Yeah, let's go.
The socialist type of dynamic, and how the socialism, came back to fucking bite the Provos in the arse. Like, they eventually got it. Like, they bit into it. So like at the time, you'd have the prisoners. Like, so I finished a book recently by a guy named Dr. Dieter Reinzig, called Republican Prisoners in Learning Behind Bars, How Republican Prisoners Shape the Peace Process. That's the name of the book. It's expensive at the moment now. That's because it's just recently published, but it's a very good book. And that talks about how he mainly goes into like the educational aspect of how prisoners, let's say 15 years of age, Kieran Nugent was walking down the street with his friend, and the UVF rolled up beside him with a machine gun and shot at them, like killed his friend and shot him a few times. And a few days later, he was on crutches, and Bloody Sunday happened. Like, Bloody Sunday was when the parachute regiment opened fire on a peaceful protest in the Bogside. And that's where like really kicked off the troubles. Even though there was another event that happened before the Bogside, it was along some beach. I'm trying to remember the name of it. That also could have kicked it off as well, because like they were baton charged into the sea. Like the peaceful protesters were baton charged into the sea, and then a week later, then parachute regiment were opening fire on people. When I know I'm digression, like, because when I went up last year for the 50th anniversary of Bloody Sunday, and I was coming towards the Bogside. Bogside's just an area in Derry. It's like just stacked housing on a valley. It's amazing to look at. If you're coming into the Bogside, you'll just see like roofs of housing going up like that. That
Like a
look like
favela kind of in Brazil.
yeah, nearly like, but it looks like the tiles of it looks like one big house with just tiles on
Oh,
it. It's fucking cool. And then when you
yeah.
get to the top, then you just realize Derry is in a valley, and just these glaciers just used to cut out these huge parts. And like on the other side is where they post up all the propaganda. Like, so there, yeah, there you go. I've been to the Free Derry thing, all that sort of stuff. You're now entering Free Derry.
Oh wow.
So when I was coming in on the 50th anniversary, there was flags of the parachute regiment that went on for ages, just going up to the Bogside. They do that every year. Every single year. Yeah, just saying that the parachute regiment were right to, open fire on them. Flags. It's the most fucked up thing.
Wait, is this the thing where they do like that like weird fire where like,
Every July, yeah.
this shit
July.
right here.
Do you want to know something as well? Look up the Peace Wall in Belfast. Now, when you look at this, you ask me what it reminds you of.
This reminds me of Palestine.
Yeah, exactly.
Right there. RNU stands with Palestine.
Yeah.
Is that fucking...
That cuts through a fucking housing estate, man. I've seen it in Belfast. It's huge.
Like Mandela.
So you'll have a house.
That is Mandela, I think.
Big wall and another house. Actually, Nelson Mandela came along as well. The AFLO came visited. It was so strange because you had like this party, like this group was a terrorist organization in South Africa, and the Brits brought them into a prison to give a lecture to the prisoners, Republican prisoners.
Who is this here? That guy right there.
That's
Bobby Sands?
No, that's not Bobby Sands. That'd be see, there was 10 hunger strikers that died, and that'd be...
I'm assuming that's all these guys right here, right?
Yeah, they're hunger strikers. Yeah, he'd be... I know his fucking face, because I put up posters of him every year. Yeah, we do lots of commemorations. So, yeah, how did the socialism come into the Republicans? Basically, in when they were in the cages. In the cages of Long Kesh. You can look up the cages there, Long Kesh as well.
What is it?
Yeah, pull that up. The cages of
Long
Cages
Kesh.
of Long Kesh. Is that how you spell it?
Yeah, Kesh.
Oh my god.
You spelled cage a little bit wrong.
Oh
yeah.
Fucking...
All right.
Good,
yeah,
good.
But yeah, that picture there. There was a good one there. Yeah, that one there. See the barracks?
Yeah.
See, no. You have the image. Don't mind the spelling.
What?
You
Don't mind the spelling. Which one?
Yeah, you had the images.
Like Guardian.
They're the cages. That's what they're called. They're
this?
They're to the right. The green. Them. Yeah. Them.
Those are cages?
They were called the cages. See, the prisoners called them cages. That's just that's what they call them. Because I'm stuck here now. It's like might as well be thrown into a cage just by conditions. But Long Kesh used to be an RAF base, and right where Long Kesh used to be was the Her Majesty's prison maze. The HMB maze was built right beside it to house Republican prisoners, and also there was the loyalists as well that were caged in as well, like the likes of Gutsy Spence and all that sort of stuff. Now I have actually a biography of Gutsy Spence. The history is so strange, but I want to get to where does socialism come in for Republicans. So Republicanism, basically, when you had violence against the Catholic communities in the north based on sectarianism, and you had the likes of the Kieran Nugents, 15 years of age, picking up a gun to defend their communities and defend themselves. Their logic was just Brits out.
Brits out, yeah.
Brits out, like looking at Vietnam, they'd be like watching footage of Vietnam, the fucking leaving Saigon, like the helicopter, basically we have to push them into the sea, that sort of logic. And then when they're in prison, then they were really started to ask, it was a time for reflection for them, but the prisons or the cages was not a cellular-based system as you might have it in the US, where you go into the US, if you're a political prisoner, you're in a fucking cell and you're isolated. You do not have anyone else around you. You are fucked.
Right.
In the North, it was different. You were like Republicans in this area, Republicans had provos in this area, officials had their own group, INLA had their own group, the UVF, the UDA had their own groups, even though the UVF and the UDA, no, it was UVF, the Ulster Volunteer Force is the UVF, Ulster Defence Force, Red Hand, you're going to hear like so many different acronyms. It's just, like,
comes with the territory.
To put it to perspective, like the north of Ireland is the most researched area in the world.
Really?
Nowhere else compares with it. Like, and we're still finding out new stuff. Like my friends, my comrade's book is like new insight into how prisoners did their education.
What's the name of that book?
It's like I said, Learning Behind Bars, and how prisoners shape the peace process.
Oh, that same one. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that it was the same book.
Yeah. So you had like prisoners going in, dropping out of school, and they'd go in like 15 years of age, no education, and walk out with a PhD.
Wow.
Some of those prisoners walked out with PhDs. It's amazing, because that's the type of environment that they cultivated for themselves.
And this just came out in October of 2022. For anybody that's listening, this is like a just fresh released book that just came out.
And I just like read it in 1 week. This is a great book, Dieter. And he's like, oh, thanks. Dieter is actually Austrian as well.
Amazing.
Yeah. So
and now I couldn't help but seeing in that that collection of Google images that we were looking at, they were referencing the burning of Long Kesh. Was there some kind of a uprising there?
Yeah, they burned down the prison.
Okay, yeah. Because like I was like, when are we?
Yeah, they broke out.
I guess something happened there because
yeah, there were breakouts all the time.
Okay, so the prisoners revolted.
There's a great one now. Let me find this. I want to make sure this is the correct one.
Pull up the right thing. Yeah.
The Great Escape in Great Escape. It was a helicopter. Anyways, all right. So I'm trying to remember the name of the prison in Dublin. I always hear the name of it. But I want Mountjoy Prison. Okay. In Mountjoy Prison, the IRA got a helicopter and they landed the helicopter in the prison grounds. And they got 2 people out of the prison and flew away. It was fucking mad.
Nate, I don't want to like detract too much here from like the linear story that you're telling, but I can't help but think of this. So I'm someone in the United States, and even in socialist circles where we talk about the campaigns in history that are, rebellion, they're against colonialism, they're against imperialism. Yeah. Like there's so many that get touched on so frequently. And it seems like Ireland doesn't get brought up that much. Do you think that there's like a reason why in the United States, at least, because that's the only perspective that I can have, that we focus, because the stories that you're telling me are so intense, like listening to about this helicopter that's dropping down into a prison to like, we'll read about things in South Africa. We'll read about things in Cuba. We'll read about, like you said, Vietnam. But it seems like Ireland like falls short of this like main body of these anti-colonial struggles. Do you have any insight as to why that might not be as popular? Is it because it's a European country? Is it because is because it sets a bad precedent like that almost it's like maybe as a European country you don't want to allude to how revolutionary it was?
It's like you said there, it's like, oh, it's a Western country and all their struggles, not a big deal. Like, but like if you look at the likes of Portugal, like Portugal came close to social revolution in 1966. In the 1960s.
Dave is so hyped. Dave is so hyped in chat right now that we just brought up Portugal. Yeah. I see you, Dave. Go ahead though.
You have to learn. If you look at one, you have to look at all of them. Like,
I agree.
Like, so, but like, see, the US is the strange case, and it's also the hard one, like, because you have to go by population. Like America's population is massive, so like over 250 million people, and it's like, well, you have the trouble of like trying to like maybe get like even just 1% on your side, and 1% of 250 million is like a big figure. It's 250,000, isn't it, or something like that? No, more. That's 25,000.
What is it? 2 million people.
We're looking at the population of Ireland.
No, I'm
No,
just like, let's say, go grab
Pretty much
1%. 1% of 250.
over 2 million people.
Right.
Like trying to get 1% in Ireland, like that's even hard as well. But like I say, like you said there, there's a lot happening in Ireland, and that's just by if you research one country long enough, you're gonna like look at it like this. Wow, there's a lot happening here. Like if for any country, like, but for Ireland, it was just so intense for so long that it was just messy. It can be a messy history. Like there's some things that like, there was one book I finished recently as well called Tom Crowley, the Yank. He's actually an American, and he was 16 and he came over here and he lived here for 2 years, and he came up with the bright idea on his own to go, right, I'm going to go back to America and I'm going to join the US Army and work my way into Marine Recon, get all my training, and then come back to Ireland. That's exactly what he did. Just to fight
just to be a fighter.
Ireland. Yeah, and he does this. He's mostly influenced by primarily American Republicanism.
Wrong guy.
In the Enlightenment sense, like Tom Crowley, but it's called The Yank. It's a biography he only put out recently. It's actually a good book. It was entertaining.
The Yank.
That's because everyone called him the Yank.
Yeah.
That's what we call Americans Club.
Yeah. I get it.
Right over here. But his book is funny in the sense that you come to a slow realization, as he does, that man, joining the US Army was a waste of time. So slow.
Let me ask you.
But his insight was amazing, because I was reading this book and I was like saying to one of the comrades, like, man, this is like a fucking training manual. It reads like a training manual. I was like, this book is going to get banned. It's like, because his criticisms of how the IRA operated as a guerrilla force were withering, and you need those criticisms. Because I'd be reading this book, I'd be like fucking pissed at Martin McGuinness, like that he would just like disregard an expert's opinion like this. Like, for instance, in the US, your armaments, but in Ireland, there was a belief that if you had an AK, that it wouldn't penetrate a helmet.
I'm sorry, what? Can you repeat that?
And even this, okay? He had an M60 machine gun. They stole an M60 machine gun from the Brits, and they were flying those type of helicopters. I'm trying to remember the name of them. And he was about to stand up and open fire on it. It would have shredded that helicopter to pieces. Obviously, fucking thin carapace, like it's going to get, if they're flying low, you're a target.
If I understand correctly, you said that someone thought that a 7.62 AK round would not penetrate a helmet.
Yeah, even at 200 meters. No, it wouldn't penetrate it, because even the type of curtain at the back of helmets, that was bulletproof as well. Apparently, bulletproof.
Bulletproof, yeah.
That is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever fucking heard.
That's what the mythologies in the IRA happen.
Where are they getting this information? Like, do they think that it works like Call of Duty or like fucking like Counter-Strike? Where the fuck? What?
Movies.
Get the fuck out of here.
Movies. Sure.
Stop.
I swear to God.
Stop.
Movies.
Influenced by movies.
Michael
Bay is where he's getting his information from.
RPG. They had an RPG. Fired it at a checkpoint. It killed the guy. Martin McGuinness said it was a failure. Why? And like Tom was like, how? It killed him. And it's like, but it wasn't like a big explosion.
We should have killed 50 people with that. One person?
Yeah, it's because it was a fucking bunker. Like, it just made a hole like that. And cone. Like, it's a cone. It concentrates on one point.
Yeah.
I learned that through the book. I'd be reading this book and I'd be just like, oh my God. Because they had he critiqued no standardization of arms, no standardization of training. And it also said, you have to understand that it's a volunteer force, and this is how you should approach. This is how we approach activism as well. Like, as an activist, you're a volunteer, so I have to juggle my time. So I'll get into practice because I've been in a party now since 2016, and then I've been kind of like a trade unionist for 5 years, and a shop steward for 2. You have to manage. You have to work around people's time, and in the case of an armed struggle, that doesn't that's hard to apply because you need that constancy of training.
Yeah.
And
you can't just come around when you feel like it.
Yeah, like the IRA could have like been a nightmare for the Brits had they been properly trained, because it's a massive. The north of Ireland's a massive area. It's a big area to occupy with British forces. Like,
do you know why he was like, oh, no standardization of training, like the one thing that probably would have made them an even more effective like military force to be reckoned with?
It's hard to get full-time activists because you have to pay them.
Right.
You know, you have to get money. Like,
so it's like
it's logistics.
It's always logistics. Like even armaments, the armaments weren't standardized. Like Martin McGuinness was like, get everything you can. And
Chat, back me up. How many fucking times every other goddamn stream have I talked about how, like, you know, all of this shit comes down to logistics. And if it's everybody just like volunteering and nobody can make it a full-time fucking job to do this, you make it practically fucking impossible.
Yeah, it's just the book was eye-opening in terms of like, because there's a myth around the IRA saying like, oh, they were brilliant, and the Brits believed it. The Brits believed that Martin McGuinness was like this military genius, and he was clever. They did do clever operations, and like they absolutely did. Like, and they were very successful. Like at one point, like Tom Crawley was put in prison in like this is a special prison unit in England where it's like it's 20. There's a few of them in England, and their maximum. This is the ultra maximum. So 20 people are only allowed in it. The only way to get out is permission of the Home Secretary. Home Secretary has to approve your release, and he was in one of them.
Wow.
Mainly because him and a small crew went over to England, and they knew the best way to do their damage was economic. Like the bombing in Manchester. Bombing in Manchester did £1 billion of damage with minimal deaths. Like only a few deaths, but they did £1 billion of damage. And the next one they were going to do was the power generators, and how they found out about the power generators through the maps. Yes, this information is free online. I can talk about this. I won't get in trouble for it. It's public knowledge.
Yeah.
So they said, right, let's put a plastic explosive on it. And then they changed their mind. Let's call in a bomb threat and have pretend plastic explosive on it. And they nearly came close, because even at that, even a threat, let's say in London, of shutting down London for a week, like their power, would have done enormous damage done to the economy. Like we've seen the effects of what COVID does to the world economy. Like, just all you need to do is knock it out of place for a little while, and it just causes mayhem. Like we have a supply like based, like, you know, supply kind of like leaning economic imbalances. Like, so it's like we're not getting like the things we need on time.
Right.
So like that's kind of being like relaxed now at the moment, you know, because, you know.
Yeah. Over here, when there would be like some weather issues or something like that, and there would be like, there's not bottled water in the store, people are fighting in the parking lot and things like that. Like the littlest disturbances to the regular pattern of consumerism can really cause a lot of mayhem.
Yeah, it's simple as that. Causes mayhem. And one of the interesting parts of the books was how he got arms from America. Went over to America and got loads of arms. See, what the IRA were having trouble with was because the plates, the British Army would start wearing plates. So it's like you shoot them in the chest, and it's like, oh fuck, I could just get back up, you know, because you know you shot a plate. So he went over. They tried to get Teflon rounds, so they could, you know, pierce those plates. Like, because this is a guy Marine Recon. I'm only working off his knowledge. Like, he knows his shit. But they didn't even know how to zero in rifles.
Jesus Christ!
They didn't know the difference. But they didn't know. I'm gonna cut it off. They didn't know the difference between the magazines for an Armalite and an M16. In one
Come on.
operation, Tom Crawley had an Armalite with an M16 cartridge in it, and it nearly got him killed.
Yeah, like
That's
all right.
that's a
So
funny story as well, because he was
chat
walking.
for anybody that's not like a psycho like gun guy, like not every gun can fire based on the barrel and based on like the bullet, the cartridge, right, and the magazine, right. You can actually cause that thing to blow up on you and possibly kill you,
Hmm.
right. But as far as like what was it, like your comment about like trying to shoot down like a helicopter or whatever, those things are already like in my opinion, right, and I'm sure it's shared by other leftist content creators, that helicopters are just incredibly dangerous to begin with,
Yeah,
right. In my opinion, like I will never fly in a helicopter. Fuck that noise. That shit is just like, at least in a plane, you can like glide that
unless
shit
you're
down to you can glide that shit down or something. Helicopter, those blades stop spinning, something happens, hits a bird or some shit, you're fucked. You're done. You're crashing down like a fucking rock. Fuck
or you could
that.
hit off a prison wall when you're trying to
Oh
get
yeah,
some
yeah.
cover in prison. Man,
To
the
ask, just
book's
while we're on this
fucking
kind of
savage.
conversation.
Like even breaking out of jail, he broke out of jail, and they came close. They managed to get prison. They managed to get the guards' uniforms. And he says, and he mentions in the book, I'm not gonna tell you how we got them. He even got the fucking key. Managed to get keys, and guns into the prison. I'm like shocked, because it's like, how the fuck do they get guns to maximum security prison designed to cage in these guys? Like,
Right.
at one point, yeah. Sorry, I'll let you off. Go on. I just like, I love talking about this history. It's just fucking brilliant.
No, yeah,
Sometimes.
this is I think it's really interesting. The thing that I was curious about, because you're talking about getting arms and things like that, and you brought up Gaddafi. Was there anyone else like in the Third World Movement or like anywhere else, that was like assisting in this process, like from outside like of Ireland?
I've heard before that, and this is actually a weird one. The DPRK tried to give a hand as well, but what they did is that they kind of extended an invitation to the officials and the provost at the same time. So they had these guys flown over to the GPRK, and like they didn't understand like the split between these two guys at the time, and they had
Yeah.
to do training regiments, and like the general impression of they had is like, these guys aren't serious, and they just fucking flew them back. But
Wow.
that's just only a historical anecdote I've heard before. Like, that
Okay.
was, yeah. But the Soviet Union has tried to help out as well in the 1930s. There's one famous account. I think I have the article here. It's like, one of the guys, he was sitting down with one of the Soviet representatives, like, and one of the Soviet representatives asked him the question, how many priests have you had killed? And he was like shocked. And he was like, oh, we haven't killed any. And he just called them amateurs. This is around the time that the Soviets had executed 108,000 clergy. Like, and I was like, but hey, 500 pounds is 500 pounds.
Yeah,
And that
yeah,
was
yeah.
very important, because at the time in the 1930s, they were operating on 300 pounds a month. And then the Soviets just cut it to 100, like out of the blue. And they did it, say, we need to make better relations with the Brits, the UK. And like, it was fucking nearly disaster. Like, at the time, it's like, fuck, we have no money. Like, but then eventually, then that was a well kept secret for ages. That just those
Really?
relations. Not even the UK knew about it, and the UK was monitoring everything. But
Wow.
that was the best kept secret for ages. There's that relations, like, with the IRA and the Soviets, like, and it was a very short term one. But they did help us out in a way. But like, yeah, the GPRK tried to help us out, and that was a strange one. Gaddafi just gave us money and arms. We managed to get like 2 shipments, or was it 1 shipment and one got intercepted. But a famous with Tom Crawley, he nearly got like loads of arms from the USA into Ireland as well. But like, there's a lot going on in the late 70s, like with the likes of Jerry Adams, and what can happen now is the because there was a political party and the armed wing ended up dominating the political party. And this is like, it was like, there's some accounts, like I've been reading there, like there was one guy, he just concludes, I don't know, we didn't see it coming, like what the fuck happened, that sort of stuff. And it's like just one of those awkward parts of history, because Sinn Féin at the moment used to be a socialist revolutionary party, and now they're just a fucking party. It's there.
Yeah, didn't they do some kind of
When
like
did that transition happen?
some kind of unified government like in the last year or so?
They're calling for like, oh yeah, I know what you mean by that, but it's the unified Ireland. It's not like, you know, as per the program of like a sovereign independent Ireland, you know, united, like. But I think I know what you're getting at there in a way. Like, you'd have to probably give more context what you mean by that, if you don't mind, because I've
So- one thing that I had heard also is it true that there's still like government buildings in Ireland that pay like a tax to the crown, or pay tax to like England, to pay like the Capitol building or something like that still pays taxes to England?
Not a clue. One thing I can tell you is that the Dáil Bar is builds up the tab all the time. They don't pay it. Yeah, the representatives of Leinster House just drink for free, like on the Irish tab. Like, that's a funny one though.
Oh wow. Yeah. Okay. There you go.
You know, but I just sure, like, if you're getting it for free, like, I don't blame them. See, I want to avoid charges of hypocrisy, because it's like something I probably do myself.
Right.
Yeah, like, what other good way, because we kind of like segued off into a lot of things.
That's our stream on Fridays. So we just let our ADD just run wild.
Oh yeah, fantastic. Let's talk about modern power. Oh wait, I did hint at the free time in terms of political activism. You know, how to work around other people's time. Like, it's you know, how much time that people can put into an organization, all that sort of stuff. That's sort of activism. Like, you sent me that message. Probably to punish Diamash. I don't know who that'd be like.
That would be me. So what was it? I was talking about how, like, you know, I wish that we had like a program, right, or at least like, you know, something that we could streamline the education necessary to be good propagandists, because I think that people oftentimes neglect, right, or they dismiss the importance of propaganda, right, and that's why we end up with people, right, with a lot bigger of a budget. That we're back to fucking logistics, right? People with a lot bigger of a budget, right? A lot more time, because like this is their job. This is their, you know, their full-time employment is making this shit, right? Whether it's audio, video, or whatever. And it's about, like, you know, trying to get ideas into people's heads. And, you know, we've all seen the memes by now. You are not immune to propaganda, right?
Yeah.
And I've oftentimes, like, you know, repeated this message that I actually got from Ian Goodrum. I don't know if you're familiar with him at all.
Oh yeah, I used to talk to him all the time.
Yeah. So like, you know, everything is propaganda, right? And propaganda mainly, right, falls on two sides of a spectrum, right? There's propaganda that benefits those that receive, like, you know, their capital, that attain wealth through the labor of others, and then there are those that work, right, and those that sell their labor for a wage. So you're between like the working class and those that benefit from them. And it's up to you, right, the viewer, the listener, those who, you know, are you know, having that propaganda blasted in your face. It's up to you to try and differentiate between, like, what kind of propaganda, right, are you being exposed to in any given moment.
It's also like we do generate our own propaganda. Like, propaganda is about political bias. So obviously we have our own biases, you know, like obviously we try to place emphasis on we live in a class-based society, you are getting robbed of your surplus labor. That's just
Yes.
fundamentally it, and you're also being oppressed in various ways as a result of that. In order to make someone else richer, like so, like I had, like, let's say, I'd be in work, and like I've like insane conversations at work, 500 people in my workplace. Like you're gonna get like a diversity of fucking people in there. So like you get one guy like the government's watching you, like that sort of stuff.
Yep.
The sources aren't verified and all that sort of shit.
Yeah.
And like, I already know this, like, but this person may not be involved in politics, will be super concerned about what they say online, even though
Right.
to be fair, no one really gives a shit like what they fucking say.
This
Like,
is all the time in the United States.
Yeah, like this, it's the same in Ireland. Like, it's probably like really place themselves, in a unrealistic sense of self. Like, so like I'd be talking to this guy, and like so, but he'll be telling another guy this story, and the other guy says like, "Oh, if you have nothing to hide, what's the matter?" Like,
Yeah.
Right.
and
Sure.
well,
if you've got nothing to hide from the Chinese spy balloon, right? What are you so worried about?
oh yeah, I go get a flight. Where's the F-15s?
So I actually wanted to bring this up because I saw this earlier, and this kind of reminded me of it, right? And this is Red Falcon's like tweet that noticed somebody, somebody replacing like the heads of what the fuck the
Mount
four,
Rushmore.
yeah, Mount Rushmore, not the four
Yeah, let the Irish guy
Mount
answer.
Rushmore.
My point is, right, that like
Yeah.
a lot of times, right, you'll think that like, oh, this is cool, this is based, right, like Lenin, Stalin, Mao,
Yeah.
Fidel, but it's just like you're just you're just doing colonialism still. You're just doing colonialism, but with like like communist aesthetic, right? And when you were talking about like the provost like not wanting socialism, right, because they see it as like an outside thing, right?
Yeah.
I think that a lot of times like people kind of get caught up in that, like everybody is going to have like different material circumstances, everybody is going to have like a different culture that they're coming from, a different history, and I don't necessarily see it as like oh well then the provosts aren't like worth supporting because like they're anti-socialism or something like that. I think that so long as like the ideas, right, the end goals are like the same, right, what's the big fucking deal? Like when we end up talking about like Pat, you bring up like Arab socialism a lot of times, right? It has a completely different material condition that it's coming from. When we like talk about like Bolivia or like any of these other like countries in Central and South America, right, there's a lot more than just like pounding away at like books of theory that like it's not in the book anywhere, so therefore it's bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like the way I come at it like this.
We brought up Gaddafi.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We brought up Gaddafi, and for Gaddafi, and in his own words, he was building a sort of socialism, but this would be radically different than any kind of like Marx. Like it wasn't necessarily Marxist. He was not like evoking the words of Marx and in terms of how he was organizing his version of socialism. So again, like what I mean, we don't just cast aside things because it doesn't follow like a very specific ordinance.
Right.
You can really challenge that in a sense as well, like because this is something I would critique as well. Like, so like you had just, you have these revolutionary situations like in Ireland, Russia, China, and all that sort of stuff. And like you'd have like, let's say the philosophical schools are building up, like someone else was going to come and arrive at the notion of dialectical materialism. Chernevsky,
Right.
a revolutionary in Russia, like before it's what Lenin based his book on, What Is to Be Done, on the book written by Chernevsky, is called also What Is to Be Done. And he was like one of those few guys that would have came around, no problem, like to dialectical materialism because he had read Hegel and Feuerbach. And then you had the same with something Dietzen. Lenin also talks about him just as, as an analogy. Look, Marx and Engels were talking with this guy Dietzen, who also came to the same philosophical conclusions that we have come to. Now, whereas the shift would be like, yeah, they came around to that philosophical conclusions, and like you'd have like with Marx and Engels talking about, well, look at the development of capitalism in Europe, and then they come to the challenge of what about the development of capitalism in Russia, and then it came to the challenge of what about the challenge of the development of capitalism in China, because they were completely different. There's completely different class development in China that's like not even remotely close or near to the likes of like Europe, for example.
Right.
Because just by the existence of like, oh yeah, you have the Latari, you know, the educated group that were there, but they were like they were like told to keep separate from the merchants, but they had like class,
Right.
they had class
Absolutely.
privileges.
Yeah. And
So they are
no, you're good. Go ahead.
So they are different. Like now, unfortunately, I don't read enough about Africa. Like, you know, it's not. I don't get to see much of the literature of Africa unless it's like Cromwell, like, you know, neo-colonialism, the next stage of capitalism.
Right. Absolutely.
I mean, what you were saying is pretty much in line with what Kwame Ture, talks about all the time. Or, I mean, like, there's that one video that, like, I love where he's talking about how, Karl Marx didn't discover socialism in the same way that, like, let's say that, like, I'm an African, doing experiments, regarding gravity. Just because I don't call it gravity doesn't mean that, like, I'm not going to come to the same conclusions that Newton does, that an object in motion tends to stay in motion.
Like they've for centuries, going back to like Tommaso Campana and Thomas More, they've been talking about how private property is like, this is like the source of all our problems. Like, you know, the wealth inequality, you know, but they struggled for centuries to figure out where can we actually stick the stake into the heart of capitalism, like, because you can make all the cases all you want, you know, all the platitudes against, you know, private property all you want, but you still have to find out, you know, what about profit? Like, you know, I'm paying you wages out of my profit at the end of the day, and whatever profit, you know, that's what it is. And then a trick comes into it, you know, with the payment of wage labor. They're paying you out of the reserve they already have. They're not paying you out of profit, because they already have that mass amount of capital.
Right.
And then you had like Marx come along and say, I think I figured out something here. The deductions aren't made at the end of private, you know, at the end where the profit is acquired. It's made during the process of production, where you sell your labor power, and you, the laborer, put on the parts of constant capital onto the product, you know, that the capitalists love to say, because it's like, oh, it's a product. Product is different in the Marxist, it's a commodity. So that extraction of surplus value happens during the course of that production, and that's where you can fuck them, like, because that's exactly where they're fucked. Yeah, it's like you literally, like, all right, I'm doing this, I'm working for extra hours for free, and I'm not being paid for it. I have fees to pay, and I said I have fees to pay as well.
Yep.
Like, I have to look after my own, like, when the value of labor had to be looked at like this. Now, what was the cost of, you know, keeping this worker alive? That's what Marx talks about in his book. And how much is the cost to keep him alive? You know, what's the minimum that we can charge him? You know, to stop him. Let's make sure that he doesn't really starve to death. You know, he might be able to pay rent, and he might be able to pay for like a few shots of drink at the local pub after working 14 hours. Let's see how we can do that. He figured it out, and fuck, all of a sudden, all the lies had to come out, because there was no way. You had to, like, it under peer review, you have to accept his argument, and it's like, well, shit, yeah, we are robbing you.
I mean, this is always why I'm like, look, Marx at his best, right? At his magnum opus is Capital, which is a critique of capitalism, right? but in terms of like, being able to like, how should a socialist construction, operate? How do you, build like a state, to construct socialism, right? To change the material conditions for like, the people in any given area, right? Well, depends. It depends. It has to be like local. It has to be like from there.
He actually didn't talk about institutions, unfortunately. That's what,
No,
yeah, like, because it's like, as you said, well, it's up
he
to you
had
to figure. It's up to you to figure out. It's like, and you get people like begging on, what, the dogmatists will come along. What did Marx say? And they were like looking through the books, like trying.
no.
Really
There
hard.
are people. There are people that did that. Arbenz, Jacobo Arbenz in fucking Guatemala did that. Fucking the Communist Party of Indonesia attempted to do that. Fucking Allende attempted to do that. Right. Back me up here, Pat. That like under
Practice is where they found out like what's the
What
best
was it?
way to build these institutions. Like,
a lot of these socialist experiments or socialistic experiments like Guatemala, they attempted
Mhm.
to compensate like the property that
Oh
they
yeah.
were
oh yeah,
expropriating,
Robert
right?
Owens,
Yeah,
Robert Owens, and all them. Yeah, even in
yeah,
the US as well.
yeah.
Well,
And then
that's
they would be murdered quickly and swiftly,
Yeah.
like put
In
down.
Guatemala,
or they fall apart.
they made very generous. They were going to give them dollar for dollar what was being put on their taxes, which was dramatically undervalued. And the United Fruit Company was not very happy about having to be compensated what they were exactly putting on their taxes. They stated it was worth very much more. But yeah, as you were saying, even when you try to do it with the best faith of being like, hey, Guatemala has decided that we'll use these lands better than you can. We'll give you X amount of dollars that you've stated on your taxes. And even when you're that charitable and that good faith, even that is not acceptable.
Yeah,
But at the end of the day, though, that is because it's literally what's recommended in the writings of Marx and Engels is that you should issue like bonds and compensate like,
Right.
the landowning like class of people, right, in order to expropriate.
Well, also, I mean, you have to acknowledge also that this whole thing is a little bit hypocritical also because in post-war Japan, the United States supported land reform.
Yeah.
but not
even if you compare the land reform,
not in the DPRK. It's like no.
We're
just
yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
This is exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. So this was brought up in one of the books that I was reading about Guatemala. They say if you look at the land reform program that was designed for Guatemala was inspired by what happened in Japan in post-war Japan. They were like, oh, look how great it worked over here. Let's do that here. And the United States was like, absolutely not. You won't do the thing that we just supported in Japan. So
it's like, why can't we have our enemy?
So, not to change subjects entirely or too much, right? Especially just because of like any Star Trek fans that may be watching this either in the future or currently in chat. What do you think are the chances of a return of the northern counties? That like Ireland will be able to reunify.
I think Sebs is asking me like, "Oh, do you have a stream or a Twitch channel?" And it's like, no, I don't.
Do you want us to put your Twitter handle up or anything like that?
Yeah, it's just at Undead Comrade. I'll post it up. That's
okay.
what I have. Like,
I wasn't sure if you wanted that
hey man,
kind of attention.
I'm openly socialist communist, man. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care. Like,
you don't have to worry about losing a day job.
Oh no, it's true because I'm full time. Like, it's like, what are they gonna do? Like, I'd be sitting in union management meetings with a big fucking hammer and sickle on my chest. Like, I don't give a fuck. And they'd be like, look, I don't care. Like, one of my workmates actually, one of my Polish workmates, he's like, he nearly choked on an apple when he saw my t-shirt, and I was like, oh no, I'm gonna have one of these conversations again. And he started talking about how his grandfather used to cut off the heads of Bolsheviks and all that sort of stuff. And, that shirt should be burnt. And I'm like, just thinking in my own head, you'd have to fucking tear it off my back. Yeah. And then he starts talking about religious persecution.
Your grandfather sounds a lot like a Nazi.
It sounds like a Cossack. Those classic Cossacks. Well, it's like, yeah, I just concede. Yeah, sometimes not so good. But then we started talking about religious persecution. I was like, I have to give you that one. Yeah, I have to give you that one.
Yeah, for sure.
At the same time, the clergy in the early stages of the revolution, 1917, was so meshed with the Tsar's regime, and it was
Yes.
oppressive, because it's like you can't just say like there was a big plan to just go around killing them. Like
Right.
the Russian the characteristics of the Russian Revolution, and let's say versus the Chinese Revolution and the Cuban Revolution. The Russian Revolution was just quick. Like they just took the capital. Like
Fucking
let's take Petrograd. Let's go, and that's how quick it happened. And then Lenin, I think Lenin was famous for saying this. It was in one biography I read before. He's like,
Oh shit!
anyone on the Central Committee, if you're not ready for what's coming, like you best resign, like, because there's going to be a lot of bloodshed. And he
Welcome,
correctly.
Pinko the Bear.
Pinko the Bear.
You know, yeah, no, he's great. I definitely plan to invite you on as well, Pinko the Bear. I definitely want you and Pat to talk about visiting Cuba in the future. Is there any kind of like relationship between Cuba and Ireland?
Yeah. I met a Cuban
Really?
delegation in the north before, yeah.
What? Please.
I met an Irish guy in Cuba.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Please tell us about that.
I traveled through. Go ahead. You go.
Yeah, you try. No, you go first because I'm talking too much.
Oh no, mine is almost pointless. I was just traveling through Cuba, and at the same hostel that I was staying in, there was an Irish guy that I met, and we ended up traveling through several cities together. Didn't know each other before, just met each other in the hostel, and ended up being buddies throughout the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
Don't meet many Americans there, but definitely made a an Irish friend there.
Yeah, like we'd have. I remember like Michelle. Sorry, saying the first name now.
Yeah, let's keep it just the first name.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's Michelle. Like she has a podcast as well, like the Week of Work.
Okay.
Claire O'Connor does that as well. But they went over with Unite the Union, like, and just spent a week and a half there in Cuba. Like, no, I could have went over myself, but I have to get time off work, and I only get 4 days holidays, and then the rest of the year, then I get like fixed time. So like in August, I get 2 weeks off paid. And in December, then I get a week and a half off paid around Christmas time. And then I have the 4 floating days that I have to use, which is, well, I know like the 2 weeks are great, but it's like they're 2 weeks I can't really put anywhere else.
Right. Absolutely.
But I still get more days off than the average American, sadly. As with the Cuban delegation in the north, I went up for a march for the Irish Language Act. You probably might.
Thank you for the gifted sub, Tiniest Boop. I'm sorry. Please continue, Nathan.
Yeah, I can't. I was trying to like post my Twitter handle in the chat, and I can't.
No, I got you. It's already scrolling across the screen. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There it is.
Yeah, you're just gonna see me post about like, oh my god, LaRouche and this fucking bullshit. Like, because I just see LaRouche shit all the time.
Oh my god! Go off, King.
We've been on like a. I'm afraid that if people don't really know our content, they're going to think that we're like strictly an anti-LaRouche stream, because we've only been a stream for like 3 months, and like every time we do a guest Friday, it's pretty much like, all right, so you ready to talk shit about LaRouche? All right, let's go.
I've been talking shit about him for 2 years.
Look. In terms of like, people mistaking us for an anti-LaRouche stream, I wanted to make
we are
abundantly anti-LaRouche.
But I'm saying we're not just that.
We're not just that.
I'm saying we're not just
that.
Yeah,
This is why we are a literature-based stream, right? You won't see any kind of like revisionism. You won't see any kind of like, LaRouchian apologia for anybody like fucking Pol Pot or any of these other like psycho fucking takes that they have. All right.
You're being too kind. It's just LaRouche is just mad.
He's a Nazi.
He's just crazy. But also as well, like, because he was portrayed as crazy, he was able to get away with a lot of stuff. Because the media just used to call him a kook. Oh yeah, sure, he's crazy, but he was actually so fucking clever though.
Yeah,
he's like,
I think that any person that tries to advertise themselves as like somebody on the left and isn't willing to go out of their way to condemn LaRouche or anybody connected to that movement, right? Or the Schiller Institute or any of these other like, bastardizing psyops, right?
Yeah.
Against like, the growing like, movement towards socialism, right? Within like, people abroad, not even just in America, right? I think that you're doing a disservice, right? And you look sketchy as fuck. All right.
It's the most modern form of American fascism. That's a complete system in the US. So it's like the most workable form of fascism. And I've seen its results firsthand because I remember like 2 years ago, I was on the infrared channel, like in their discords, and
Goddamn.
just when they're kicking off, like, so I was like, I'm the OG, you know.
So you remember that stream that Haas was doing at like 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, US time. I forget, but like,
some streams I'd be roaring laughing at them. Like there was one guy,
yeah,
poor 16-year-old, and he just shred him to bits. But I just enjoyed the fact that this grown man was bullying this poor teenager that was meant well.
right.
Like he meant well. It's like some kid named Man in the Wall or something like that, and he just rips into him. No, then fucking Has going mad. I've been reading Hegel when I was 11.
And it's like clearly he wasn't reading Hegel at like 11 because he made a number of times throughout many.
I just say that.
No, I know. But like that's the thing is that like they try to advertise as if like they are these well-read people, right? You'll hear it out of me and Pat a number of times that like, if we don't know what the fuck we're talking about, we'll say it, right? And like a lot of times, like why we are a literature-based stream is so that like you're not just hearing me and Pat like go off and conjecture about like some fucking bullshit, right? Like, a lot of times like people will tell you if you're like a baby leftist or if you're just starting out and you're just still learning, is like you got to read, one way or another, whether it's audiobooks or like, you're just supplementing like, your education, like, in this stuff, whether it's like, economics or philosophy or history, right? You got to read, right? And that's why we're so literature heavy.
You need to be critical. You need critical thinking. Like just like even when you agree with someone, just turn around and say, I don't believe you.
Right.
I don't. Even if you believe them, I say, I don't believe you.
Right.
You need that critical thinking.
That's a good thing about reading too, is that like I found like that when I first got into like political thinking, like, the first thing I did is I picked up a couple books by Perenni, and then like I joined some Facebook groups that kind of like was around that. And it's like, if I would have just stopped right there, I think I would have been like severely misinformed. And then as I kept getting more books, it's like you read a book and it's no two books are exactly the same. There's so many concepts surrounding each political or each historical event, and from a different perspective, from a different demographic, from a different view, maybe 30 years in the future with different implications. And the more books that you get on a certain topic, like the more, I don't want to use the word universal because it'll never be complete, but the more that you're able to just kind of, you read a new book and you're like, oh, well, I didn't think about it like that. Maybe I have to consider more. And then by the time you read 10 books on a topic, you're like, I have nothing authoritative to say about this because I've read 10 different historians that claim to be experts that say different things.
The more you learn, you just be like I remember when I was starting off, like I'd read one book and I'm like, oh yeah, I fucking know everything on this. And
exactly.
Yes.
And it gets to a point now where I see someone, I type a comment, and then I just, I delete that. So I don't want to get into this. But like
the first makes you feel like an expert. Yeah, the first book is the one that makes you feel like an expert, and then the 10th one is the one where you're like, somebody asks you and you're like, I just don't even know where to start. Honestly,
I don't know, man. Or like, when my wife asked me a question about something that's going on in the world, and she's like, "Can you do it? Can you do it in under 5 minutes?" And I'm like, "I'll try."
Try my best. Yeah,
it's like
you won't get the lingo for it. You get
what do you know about the Sykes Picot agreement? Like.
And you're like, oh, all right.
Right. So we're going to go back to World War I, right? But technically, I think we also actually have to go back to like the French Revolution, the first one.
Yeah. Let's do the French Revolution. We'll start there.
No, we don't. I just want to know why we're sanctioning Syria. I'm like,
it's like the questions I might be asked. Nathan, how come there was like in this parish? Why was there 15 hurlers on that team and the other team had 12? You're just asking me. I get down to the more. But I'd be in the car with one of my comrades, and like two of them, and they know so much Irish history that they know even the differences between the towns, like just how the town sports used to do things. They'll be like, my friend loves doing the Zizek joke just because in the area of Athlone, Athlone's the most central place in Ireland, but half the town or half the city is in Roscommon, and the other one is in Westmeath. So he always does that. Over there, barbarism, women being raped, and they don't like it. Here, civilization, women being raped, and they like it.
But it's different. But it's different.
Yeah.
But it's different.
Yeah.
Totally, it's different. And it's the bridge, like just one side of the bridge and the other side of the river. That's
right.
Yeah.
I've heard that one from Zizek.
Probably to like maybe just because I want to go into that LaRouche stuff, especially with the reading stuff. I didn't know that, like, all right, I had read Zhang Weiwei's book on
Oh wow,
China Wave.
He's on my list. He's up.
Don't touch him.
Really?
He is shit, and I tell you why. He did a talk at the Schiller Institute.
Oh, funny.
Who is this again? I'm sorry. Who's
Zhang Weiwei?
I've read this book, and like, to be fair, read it if you want. Like, to be fair, like, because there's informational tidbits that are there, but he invokes when he goes talking about the 1+1 development, and this is what he uses because maths, the development of cities and the development of the countryside, the reform and opening up. He uses the Pareto principle.
Which is the same thing that Jordan Peterson uses to validate capitalism.
Yeah, and like the way he thinks about history, the development of China's civilization is he puts it in the context of a civilizational state. That just so happens to coincide really well with Dugin's fourth political theory.
So I want to ask you about. Let me just make sure that I'm not logged in so I don't accidentally dox myself.
Yeah.
All right. So this book. Have you ever heard of this book?
I have that book.
Do you recommend it?
I have it scanned. I bought. Here's a story. I bought that book, got it scanned, sent it back, and I got my money back.
God damn, dude! I have been thirsting to fucking read this book. I have it
scanned. There's 2 scans that. You know what's funny? There's 2 scans went up on the same fucking day.
Seriously?
The same fucking day, but I'll tell you this for free. Mine's better.
Okay.
Price.
Well, we're gonna take you up on that offer.
I have to I need to email my friend to get it back because I dropped one of my hard drives and the spindle broke. It's 5 terabytes, and I'm like, oh god!
Oh my god!
No,
I had that happen literally the other day. Another fucking stream that almost didn't happen because OBS was like taking a shit, and for whatever reason, like my hard drive with like 4 terabytes like wasn't reading. So I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna have to record on like another hard drive. But yeah, we actually plan on reading this book. And what was the name of that book that I recommended to you?
That Marxism book, yeah. That's a great book. I Bay Area must have been.
Oh, I miss Bay Area so much. I loved him.
Fucking brilliant.
I thought he was great.
Like I remember, it was actually one guy I met on Discord before. He's like saying, "Oh man, do you know Paul Moran?" I said, "Who the fuck is he?"
Yeah. What's your opinion on Paul Moran? Not to get too into leftist drama.
That's the Irish Paul guy or socialist Paul. Marcus
that's him.
Paul. What's his name?
His name is Paul. Marx is Paul Connolly.
Okay.
Okay. He's affiliated with an organization that used to be part of my party, and I knew them. I knew these guys. They're just Maoists. They're Maoists. Like, that's it. I just if he's affiliated with them, I just not going to listen to him. That's it. So
did he say that Cuba is a sugar colony of Russia?
Yeah, the classic fucking.
Yeah. He's got some takes. Pat, what was that other book that we were planning on reading? We wanted to do like a dual reading of
how China escaped shock therapy.
And then what was the other
is that
one?
the German one? Is it?
Pull
the German
it up
one that writes.
Yeah,
is that a German woman that wrote that book?
Can you share it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like it's by Isabella
Weber.
Yeah, she does.
Isabella Weber.
She did a podcast on Unga Bunga, and she does an interview about that book. Slight disagreements, but I actually would read it myself. I would read anything. That's it. I've gotten to a point now.
Yeah.
I just read about fucking anything. I like
Yep.
there's a scan I got of Dennis King. We asked Dennis King for permission. Can we scan your book? Even though there was already scans of it up, we asked him for permission. Can we scan your book, Lyndon LaRouche, The New American Fascism?
Ooh, Sam is saying that he has since apologized and been educated on it, allegedly.
What?
I assume he's talking about Marxist Paul.
Marxist Paul, or the LaRouche stuff. Because Marxist Paul, like saying,
So
I don't watch him much. But there was one stream that pissed me off to fucking hell. Because it's just fucking wrong. It's just one of those things. It's like one of those things about history. And it's like, right, one way of telling it and another way of telling it. And I just listened to this for about an hour and a half. He had one guy on from the AIA, Seamus or thing. Like,
AIA?
AIA is called Anti-Imperialist Action.
Okay.
Right? AIA is a big thing in Europe. And they're just like Gonzaloites. Fucking Maoists. Just like, oh yeah, sure. We had to do cleansing in the forests. Because the peasants weren't class conscious enough. So rather than educate them, we just killed them.
We have our resident Peruvian in chat.
Yeah, I got a good book. Let me turn on the lights here.
Wait, Pat, what was that? There was another book though that I recommended to you that was actually critical of like the Chinese
Battle for China's Past.
Battle for China's Past.
Yeah.
It's called The Battle for China's Past.
Vijay Rashid is mentioned as a contribution to it. It's called Maoism, a Critique from the Left by Prajna Bose. Like, you can take a look at that. That's a good book. I flew through that book.
And what's it called?
Yeah.
Maoism.
Critique from the Left. It's published from the Communist Party, the Communist Party of India, Marxist.
Oh wow!
Oh my God,
it's a good book. Like one of those
our
books
people.
where it's like I usually take my time, but it's like I just sat down and flew through this like in no time.
Have you ever heard of this book?
The Battle for China's Past, Mao and the Cultural Revolution.
Yeah,
I haven't.
Noble Gal.
But I do like scan a shitload of books as well. So like I might as well since I'm here.
Because we were considering reading this alongside another book that favors the modern interpretation that the Cultural Revolution was actually not so great.
Oh, it's as in mayhem, but like you can take it from the point of view that they did achieve there's this thing they call the first threes or something like that. Like, see, I don't want to go into this avenue of like, oh, it was just bad or oh, it was just good.
Right.
Because that's just, a dualistic way of looking at history. So, but I also don't want to say that I don't want to make, I don't want the good to make excuses for the bad. And I don't want the bad to override the good, if you get what I mean.
This is the line that we have to walk as socialists who offers critical support to actually existing socialist countries. The dynamic that you just laid out is probably the most perfect way that I've heard it actually described as how we should be like viewing these events constantly pulled in both ways to not like absolve it of the bad, but also not overshadow the good and just, let all the benefits of it just wash away with the negatives.
Oh, I have that book as well.
So you recommend this?
I haven't read it yet. Like, see, I'll tell you this. Okay, there's an archive I sent in, and like you've probably seen it. It's by Thomas Moret.
Okay, a Google Drive. Oh my God.
Oh, that's ArtScan. That's the better one. The LibGen one is just shite.
I'm definitely gonna need to copy all
personal bias. But yeah, like there's one. Like, because we mostly buy notable works from the Soviet Union. And I probably contributed about 434 uploads to this.
Whoa.
So one of them now would be Developed Socialism Theory and Practice and, socialist countries' general features of political, economic, and cultural life. There was one book I'd recommend in this that I read recently, because I kind of pick at random. Names on an Obelisk. There was an obelisk that was built in Moscow just after 1917. And what it does, and what it has, it contains like 10 names or a number of names on it. Now, oddly enough, Robert Owens isn't on it, but it's all the utopian communists that are on it. And the likes of Bakunin and Proudhon are all mentioned on it as well. And the book itself kind of goes through it, and like I've never seen like a more favorable account, like let's say of like a biographical sketch of anarchists I've ever seen. But it does like say they did do good stuff, but at the same time their theories were like incorrect for their time and stuff like that. Like,
I'm sorry,
Right.
could you tell us what's the name of that book again?
names on an obelisk. I'll get the name. I'll get it here if I can. If I can spell obelisk right.
Sorry, I like hit my funny bone on my desk before.
Dmitry Valeve and Henrietta Lapshina.
Yeah. Shanyu. Oh yeah, since he's doing the military service he's supposed to do, and he's fucking lying. He's lying about that. I don't believe that for a fucking moment.
He went to military service? No, he fucking didn't.
In Taiwan.
You know what he
in
did?
Taiwan.
He said he went military service, but what actually happened is that he went to a wedding. He lied through his teeth.
Was it military service
Yeah,
in
that sounds
Taiwan?
about right.
Yeah, military service in Taiwan. Even though he has American citizenship. He's American citizenship.
Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious?
Yeah, he's a fucking Yank. Fuck. He just
Get out of here.
Second generation, like.
Stop
second
it.
generation Chinese. A lot of those lads, you know, the Red Falcon just like he just like let's find out about these guys.
Get out of here.
Stalking.
You know what the saddest part about Jeongyu is? I was actually a huge fan at first. I even have physical copies of his first 2 albums.
Yeah,
because I'm not fucking around. What
if you're on the Silk and Steel podcast,
that's actually good. That's a good talk. But he just
that's what I mean. That's all. That was my only really reference for that person was the Silk and Steel podcast, and I was like, all right, this guy seems great. And then now just over since I got involved on this, where I don't even have a Twitter. And I don't consume stuff on. I mostly just read books. And now I heard that he's LaRouche and all this, and I'm like, oh dear.
It's easy to get into that. I nearly fell in for it, and I was like reading like the theoretical, you know, nearly the theory of the shit, and then I just come along and I'd be like, yeah, I'm too working class for this. That's it. No.
I actually got into it because my really good friends that used to do the podcast Pros of the Round Table. And now they have a new podcast called Invent the Future, right? They had him on, and we're talking like I think that must have been 2017 or 18, something like that.
It must have been a good podcast, so like because that's when he's good face.
Yeah, it was good, you know, it was cool, and like, you know, and then like not long after that, you know, especially because you have like, you know, a lot of people that were associated with that are trans, non-binary and stuff, and then he started making very questionable tweets, and everybody was just like, back away. And it's from there I've always kind of had like a tepid like I don't know if I can fuck with this dude anymore. And then by the time you get to like, you know, him fucking around with Hassan Ali and Bridget and like Caleb Maupin. And apparently he's good friends with Eddie Liger from Midwestern Marks.
Well, like
just had JT from the Deprogram and Second Thought on his fucking show.
I was like weirdly enough in that infrared space, and I just like when I was there at the start, like it was going well. What threw me off straight away was that Has got a guy on. Well, to be fair, I was just going to leave because that was a toxic community. But he had a guy on, a guy with a PhD in genetics, all right? And he doesn't know what a concept is.
He's a law school dropout.
He doesn't know what a concept is. He doesn't realize, what's a gene? Can you show me what a gene is? That sort of stuff. And I could just turn around and say, all right, show me what the fuck energy is. Like, can you show me what the energy is? Just the concept we use.
What?
Yeah. But then he goes, PhD guy, fuck you. Lysenko is God.
So, Pinko, I think we
for dinner years ago. Yeah, like Caleb had one meeting. Caleb met LaRouche before he died.
Yeah.
And just from there, he just changed. Like, I know I'd be good friends with one of his former comrades.
In chat, Sachiko Yumi. Yeah. No, I just think
I'm more interested in what Pinko was saying. No.
I just think it looks cool, right? I just think that a lot of like, communist stuff just looks cool. I don't know if I'm really down with it like philosophically or anything, or support it like, in that way, right? I just think all of this looks cool. I just like reading books, just books and books and books on this stuff. I don't know if I like am all about it though. You know what I mean? I've got some second thoughts,
See that? That's the collected works of Joseph Stalin right there. I'm trying to get my finger. If the collected works.
Trying to get your finger right on it.
Oh yeah, like Arab socialism.
You got a copy of the Green Book yet?
No. The only Green Book I have is the original one, the Sinn Féin one. They had their own Green Book, yeah. The Sinn Féin
It
one.
seems to be a really popular title for books.
Green Book, yeah,
So-
the little Green Book. We have a
So
yellow
was there
book for our union agreement. So
Was there a time for you when you really kind of like made like I know we kind of started off, we really made the switch to go like fully into like, obviously there's the, working class awareness or like the working class consciousness that you came to, and then like all the issues that were surrounding the economic system around 2009, the financial crisis. But like, when was it in that you went kind of like fully in, like you said, like you're reading the works of Stalin, you're reading Lenin, like when was it that you kind of came to like, this is where I'm searching for the answer?
Well, I had a discussion with one of my college mates, and he brought up socialism. This is around the time when Bernie was going in for the election.
Thank you for blessing our chat, famous horse.
Okay. So it was Bernie Sanders doing his political campaign. Yeah. And so we started talking about socialism, and like I was like, well, socialism, the blah blah blah. And my friend was like,
real quick, I don't mean to cut you off, but did you have a pre-existing idea of socialism because of what happened in Ireland? Because like in the United States, we have no real domestic socialism to be a frame of reference. The first thing people think of when they think of socialism is usually something in Russia, like when you're young, you know what I mean? Before you read it or anything else. So I'm just curious if in Ireland there was a different frame of reference because of what had happened.
They never mentioned in Ireland because it was a counter-revolution. You can't just say, well, these socialists were going to win, so we killed them.
Right.
That's not good. That's not
so
good.
You had a negative
what was our politics so? You'll be asking the question in class, sir, what was our politics so? Workers' rights, all that nonsense. They don't.
Poor people get to decide things. I don't know.
Pork Pierce is put up to the fucking maximum, but he's mostly referred to as a Catholic. And James Connolly is just like, he led the ICA, the Irish Citizen Army, and all that sort of stuff.
What's up, unelectable airwaves?
Never mentioned as a socialist.
So it's like Nelson Mandela, how Nelson Mandela is like, hey, look at this great freedom fighter, but they never say like, oh, actually he's a communist. And then like there's so many figures that they have to kind of defang and not mention that they were actually like involved in an extremely radical communist sense.
Yeah, what
they were doing. They have to leave that part out because it's very inconvenient.
Yeah, I just seen a question there from a few stuff. Yeah, the Limerick Soviet. Also, there was another Soviet in Monaghan in an insane asylum. Peter O'Donnell led that one. Man, that's fucking good. Yeah, you have to be a crazy communist. Yeah, true. But the workers there are just like they're arguing about the conditions, the treatment of the patients, and all that sort of stuff. Here we go. On to the classics. Right. How did I get into socialism? I went home that day after that discussion, and I sat down and I typed in arguments against socialism, and I stopped myself. And I just went, I haven't a fucking clue what socialism is.
Right.
All I know is that communism do this, communism do that, but it tries, but it doesn't work. So what did I do? I said, fuck it, I'll just read the Communist Manifesto, and that's what I did. I just read the Communist Manifesto. I started reading it that day,
right?
And I was agreeing with all the conclusions in it because it was shocked me because it was like these were things I thought about. Like money is the problem, and when it was laid out like this in a systemic form, I couldn't. It blew my mind, the manifesto. And after the manifesto, I just went, if this is wrong, sure, I'll just start reading Stalin straight away.
Wow.
Dialectical historical materialism.
So you never even had. Does Ireland not have the same issue with like Trotskyism that like the UK has?
The SP and the SWP, yeah, but like how it's related to like a young fella like me. Oddly enough, I cringe in a way. Like I admired Stalin in the USSR, mainly because I cannot get over how in a space of like 15 or 20 years, a country that went from a mostly peasant-based population to an industrial superpower and a nuclear power at that in the space
Right.
of 30 years, like that's just astounding. Like now,
Right.
when you compare it to the development of other countries, like it's impressive enough, but just because of the project that the USSR tried to build, it was very impressive.
Yeah.
It was very, very impressive. So it impressed me. And I did my history project on the Chernobyl disaster because I was like, I wanted to do something about the Soviet Union. However, with history in Ireland, there's 3 case studies they do in history. The Irish Civil War, the War of Independence, Irish Civil War, USSR from 1917 to 1953, and they also do Nazi Germany and all that sort of stuff. You do not, when you do your history project, you cannot use those topics. You can't study the Irish Civil War in particular.
Wow.
The most important one, you cannot do your history project on the Irish Civil War between years. Yeah, can't do it on the Soviet Union. I did it. I got away with it because I was like, oh, it was after 1953. I did Chernobyl. Because when I was doing it I was studying physics and I was looking at the nuclear reactor. So I was like studying the nuclear reactor and how the nuclear reactor went boom.
Yeah.
All that sort of stuff. I was hitting 2 birds with 1 stone.
Did you include the part where Cuba brought in more children from the Chernobyl disaster than any other country in the world and transformed a luxury resort into a like cancer treatment town? Like essentially turned it into like a town where you could just bring for free children that are affected by radiation in Chernobyl, and they took more Chernobyl victims than anywhere else in the world for free.
I never knew that.
Allegedly,
like I said, I was just mostly focused on the reactor and its effects.
Gotcha.
Effects and all that sort of stuff.
I know. I was just kind of segueing into that part. I don't know if that would have fit into a physics project very well, but
yeah, it was a history project, but I was doing it for physics as well, like because I enjoyed physics at the time as well. And then like when I came back, I was just doing the discussions on that sort of stuff, and then I was like, I went down that Stalin rabbit hole, like Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, Volume 7, CPUSU short course. I just read nearly everything Stalin, and that fucked with me for a long time because I was like, I'd be reading Stalin, and then I'd be like looking at the reference notes, and I'd be reading Lenin. I'd be reading Lenin, then I'd be reading Trotsky and all that sort of stuff, just to do those comparisons because I was like, he has to be correct here. He has to be correct. And then you find out the hard way. It's like, yeah, there are some deviations.
Let me ask you this now.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this now to build off that, right? So you had this thing where you came to kind of a working class consciousness. You saw the writing on the wall. You felt that there was something wrong with the system. Then you found a source to read about it. Did you have like a later feeling of like pride in like the when you then linked that to the anti-colonial movement within your own country, that these were actually people that kind of like were in the same political vein?
I'm like the odd thing was that it's like this. I was reading mostly Soviet history. I neglected Irish history for a long time.
That's what I mean. Like afterwards, did you come to like, oh wait, hold on, this is happening right here in the anti-colonial movement of my own nation?
Yeah, when I was asked the question like straight away, all right, what do you think about the North of Ireland? And it's like, well, it was there was plantations and it was partitioned, and I think we should be unified. That was what informed my republicanism. It's like, yeah, it's like you can't ignore that historical development. Like there's no excuses for the fact that it's been so long that they have to stay separated. But the conditions in the North, the political divisions in the North are so profound. Like you have the Unionist Party in the North has a veto against Sinn Féin, and when they got 51% of the seats in the North with Sinn Féin, like the DUP were like, well, fuck you, I'm not going into Parliament, and there's just like they just stall Parliament. It just doesn't function. It's like and like for years, like this is I'm with this knowledge. That's like Stormont is not supposed to fucking function in the way that after the Good Friday Agreement, like eventually there would be a vote both across both borders in the UK. Like, should Ireland be unified? Like, but like, you have these contradictions
Isn't
within
there
Ireland.
the I guess like cultural aspect too, that you have a lot of like Northern Irish that like want to be more English than even the English do, right? I've heard that like there's a lot of celebration of the Union Jack and of like English
I
culture in Northern Ireland.
I can offer you a counter. There is people in the South that want to be more English than Irish. When
Jesus fuck.
I taught a phrase to one of my workmates that tugagi on ruig, okay? Take the L, take the loss.
Wait, what's the phrase?
Tugagi on ruig. Basically means,
Tokagi on Ruik?
yeah, take the loss.
I need to remember that, and I need to like spell it out phonetically so I can use that for now. Because Pat, before I was like, he's like, "What's that Irish phrase?" I was like, "What, Chucky or law?" And he's like, and
It's
he was
funny
like,
because I'm a Irish American person. I'm pretty much almost majority Irish descent, and I know very little of like my family has very little. What is the? I know we're going way off topic here. What is the Irish perspective on Irish Americans and they're like
the
Irish
patties,
heritage?
the plastics.
Plastics, yeah. There's plastics. That's a good one. Plastics. The ones like I've no problem with just dysphoria, like, and there's the question of like identity in the US in terms of like, I don't want to identify with the imperialist power, like, ever. Like the US, like, it's a hard one, but it's also the fact that the US is built up on immigration and all that sort of stuff. So it's like you have that problem or contradiction that it's up to you to resolve. Just kind of like swing back. Like, when I taught my workmate that phrase, he just turned around and said, the Irish language is a gimmick.
What?
That's the hatred of the language here is unbelievable. I said to him, how come? All right. He says the language is dead. I said, how is the language dead when there's music, arts, and all? I was nearly about to go full mad, because like, this guy's he's anti-abortion already, and he makes the shittiest arguments for it. He's also anti-feminist as well, and he makes
Of course
arguments for it. He'd be proud of it as well, that sort of stuff. But he's like, I'm just working. I'd be working. I say, if I start an argument now, we're here for 6 hours. That's just the way I think about it. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't want to be in this, like, but the colonialist mindset that people have, like one of my workmates, well, no, actually, one of the comrades in China, she's American, but she's fluent Chinese, but she wants to learn the Irish language. And she was like talking to one of her coworkers, like, she's a teacher over there as well, and she said, "Oh, the Irish language is dead. Why do you bother learning it?" Oh my gosh, man! Even the EU has basically told us, what the fuck's wrong with you? Why don't you just learn your language? And it's structured that way. Like, it's purposely structured that way. Learning the language, when I started learning the language, I learned 2 musical instruments.
Huh.
I learned to play 2 musical instruments because it helped me comprehend the language. The language is unbelievable. That's so incredible. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, even there's like one of my workmates, he can Shano sing. So like, it'd be like the Brahmin singing, like, the Muslims, Muslims do, and Muslim, the Brahmins, sorry, the Imam.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'm trying to think of the name. The Brahmins, they do that sort of thing. And Irish is nearly the same.
Wow.
And like, this is a tradition that's dying out, and it's state policy. Like, it's you cannot just say no, it's dying out. It's actively process. This is an active process. They make the language nearly impossible to fucking learn. Writing the language is difficult. The Irish writing of the Irish language is difficult.
All right.
I tell you that for free.
So
speaking it is another thing.
You know how like Twitch has like ridiculous things in it? I know. All right. So we have this thing where it's just like people can, select chat points to redeem things that we do. Some of them are funny, some of them are silly, just to break up the monotony. And one of the things that I know how to do is throat sing a little bit. I'm not the best, but
like Mongolian.
Yeah.
My friend's brilliant at it. Oh, not too bad.
Hamburger, cheeseburger, hamburger, cheeseburger, and a surf.
Oh, well done.
All right,
actually
there,
good now.
done. All right.
There's
All right.
one Tuvan guy.
That's out of the way.
I was listening to that before because once you listen, this music is a rabbit hole. Once you start, you don't fucking stop.
Yeah.
There was a point where I was playing music in my friend's house for about 11 hours, and we're like, we need to leave. Like, fucking panicking. Like, we need to get out of here. And it's like he's as I'm getting up, he picks up the fiddle. I'm like, put it down. We gotta go.
Put it down.
Oh no, we need to get out of here. It's mad. It's like you're going insane. Like, fucking from all the mad shit you're doing. Like, but yeah, like that's what learning the Irish. Well, I haven't been able to fucking properly speak it because it's like I don't have much people to practice it with. But I went
there. It is.
So trying to learn it hard, and then I got it. I was like, wow, there's tricks and trades to this. Like, it's mainly just how it sounds. And then when I figured out, oh, that's how it sounds, I was like, my friend encouraged me to pick up a musical instrument, and I picked up the concertina. Now I haven't played it in about 4 months because I'm just like, I get interests and I pick up interests. Oh yeah, I learned this really fucking well. No, next topic. It's like my friend would just be like flabbergasted, like, wow, you know how to play a musical instrument, but now you're not playing it. It's like, yeah, because I already know it now.
Yeah, I need to get back into making music again. I make like music that no one wants to hear, and I've been like trying to
just play music you like to hear.
I know. That, and I need to like I started like trying to practice my bass again, but at the same time I also think like, you know, there's always something else. There's like 13 different things that I'm trying to do at once that like require consistent concerted effort.
Yeah, it's like,
you know, and which I think we can bring back to like, you know, like political organizing and stuff, that it requires like, you know, a practical you know, level of effort that you can consistently do. So for the people that like, you know, are organizing, right, that like throw themselves into it full time for like months on end, you will inevitably burn out. Like if you are, you know, especially because of the way things are in like these countries that we're from, where we don't have the logistical ability to make this like a full-time job, right? It makes it even more difficult when you are doing the work that like 10 or 5 different people should be doing, right? And then after 3 months, right, you're burnt out and you still have to go to work.
Music is amazing though.
Oh, yeah.
I know. It is like the best thing you can have in an event. Like, let's say you're doing a commemoration, pull out the uilleann pipes, play a slow air, bang.
Yeah.
Propaganda value. Bang. It's nothing like, you know, like a fella playing the uilleann pipes, you know.
I want to make communist death industrial music.
Punk. A lot of punk. Like one of my comrades was in Yugoslavia when it was being bombed, and he was there for a punk gig. When the fucking country was falling apart. Oh shit. In a punk band, like,
yeah,
playing gigs in Yugoslavia. I was like, but he told us
we went down like a punk. Go ahead, Johnny.
Was it Bernays Propaganda?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, it was the band called Bernays Propaganda, because I know that they're like a Yugoslavian like punk band.
No, he's Irish.
Oh
yeah,
shit.
I was gonna say
an Irish punk band went to play punk music in Yugoslavia, and one of the funniest parts, I know, funny in a fucking country being bombed. They went to a pub, and I was like, oh, this place is just dodgy, man. It's like fucking fascist symbols and all that sort of stuff, but it's like, I mean, we need the money.
Yeah.
Up to the door, talk to the doorman. Fellas from the north. He used to be in the British Army, like, and he's like, oh fuck, what are you fucking, you know, what, you know, an Irish person meeting another Irish person in another country
in Yugoslavia.
Oh, what the fuck? You know, it's talking about him, and like they're just at the door, like he's about to let them in, and he says, "Hey, do you want drugs?" No, we don't do drugs. Do you want money? Like, give me money. Like, it's like, what the fuck? So they go in anyways and start playing away, and like the fascism was a gig. That was, you know, the people that were there was like, yeah, we gotta go, like, because like communists playing punk music in a fascist bar, like, it's like,
No, especially in Yugoslavia, like
it's mad. Like
you'll get murdered.
It was mad that time. Like there'd be an apartment block, and it's like there was a generational difference. Like the older group that were like, we want to maintain this sort of stuff, and then you had the younger group. Then they were just like reactionary as fuck.
Yeah,
it was a generational divide. Like I remember now, I'm trying to remember the story because he told it all in Irish, and that's what amazed me is that he told us all in Irish, and he's only like practicing the language about 2 or 3 months.
God damn.
And you just need to practice week on week. Man, you pick up a language in no time, like.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the thing with like any language, that like, and it's funny that you brought up that like Irish is similar to Arabic, because when we were reading Gerald Horne's book about the 1776 counter-revolution, right? One of the things that he brought up very briefly was slavery, right, off of the Barbary Coast, which is like, a little bit different than like U.S. chattel slavery. But I found a video talking about how Ireland had these Barbary Coast slave traders raid an Irish town and take these people as slaves to be sold in the market along the Barbary Coast of like northern Africa. So there is only one place where, I mean, I'm sure you've heard like people try and make the argument that like, oh, the Irish were slaves too in America.
Right. Yeah.
The only place where it technically was kind of like that mildly is in Africa, not in America.
Like what people tend to forget as well, like with England, when they abolished like slavery, like they just like, well, we're just bringing indentured servitude, so that's what they did. And it's like, wow, you brought in a system that's like nearly identical with slavery anyways, like, so like it's just exploitation, like in one form. They just changed the form of exploitation. But like the whole like, the Irish were slaves in the US, it's just, when the person says that, you have to kind of think, right, one, in a sense, maybe this person hopefully is not a white supremacist. And
because that's usually like a dog whistle there.
Because I remember, like, I was watching, like, I'd just be watching YouTube. Jim Can't Swim, JCS.
JCS.
As well. There was this guy, and he's like, I'm Irish, white power, and it's like, no, this guy.
Bro, you were only recently brought in on the game. Like, in the grand scheme of things, like, you're ahead of the Italians, but that's it, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah. How the Irish became white. There's a book I got recently that goes into that. Basically, it's like, we need to, we don't want, we don't want labor, working together against us. So let's just give this group that are treated like shit just preferential rights, preferential treatment. And a lot of the Irish cops, Boston, I don't like that.
Yeah, it's not great.
I don't like that at all. A lot of them are cops. In New York, there's one song by Wolf Tone. Oh, my uncle's a cop. I don't like that either.
Not a good look.
Not a good look. You're not doing well. Overseer.
Doing some KRS-One. Doing a little,
I love that
KRS-One officer overseer there.
Yeah, Chris One, he's fucking brilliant.
And going back to the counter-revolution of 1776, like just kind of talking about what you were talking about there, but like in like a more or original sense, Gerald Horne talks about how as they're bringing more and more Africans to the United States and the Caribbean, or at least the colonies that would become the United States, they ended up getting like a disparate amount of African slaves to the white settlers. So they started becoming really, really interested in bringing more quote unquote white people over so that they weren't so outnumbered with Africans who may lead an insurrection. So apparently, according to Gerald Horne, this is really what caused the British Crown to be more accepting of like Irish people and Welsh people and Scottish people as like quote unquote like white, like kind of like creating this like what normally was like an ethnic barrier between all these into a more like artificial label of whiteness so that they could all kind of like consolidate against the growing African population.
Ethnic and religious, because remember, there's the Catholic Protestant
Is
divide.
that from the book Invention of the White Race? Is it?
No, it is not. It's
Oh,
from
there's another
it's
author.
from Gerald Horne.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that's another book that I'd like to read. I have another one if you want me to go grab it. I can't remember it off the
Yeah,
top of my head.
I've heard there's Theodore Allen, and he writes a book called Invention of the White Race. I have the two
Right,
volumes. I haven't touched them yet.
Heard of the book?
Yeah, I've heard of it, and I have it, and I'm like, when am I going to get around to it? That's the problem.
That's the eternal problem of every leftist, man. That
any
That's
good
why-
leftist should be purchasing more books than they can fit humanly read.
Oh yeah, like if I was sending the books that I was buying to my house, like there'd be nothing left. Like I bought a new bookshelf. I'm like, oh yeah, this would be good for future, expansion. Every book that I had, kind of stacked, fitted into the bookshelf, and I'm like, fuck. I just fuck.
I ran out of room on my bookshelf like a long time ago, and there's like
I'm actually in the
still
market
more
for a new
books.
bookshelf. I actually need a new bookshelf.
Immediately. It was for me. It was immediately. I was good at it, but at the same time, I was like, it actually looks kind of cool. But then I was
Yeah,
like,
I'm actually in the market for a new shelf at the moment. Mine's reaching capacity right now.
like that's nothing. Like that's only that's for a presentation. That's like when you come into the room, it's like, oh look, nice books, and then upstairs, then it's just like,
oh nice, very classy
fiction, all fiction, some theoretical,
just like a bomb went off.
And then for some reason, John Molyneux, talk about anarchism. It's like, okay, John Molyneux is the head of the SWP. He died recently.
Okay, I see.
He died. That's it.
Yep, that's that.
Yeah, like I have to give props where they're given. Like, actually, there was one story I have. One of my comrades, he used to be in PvP, and he would have been like in like the upper group, because like the man is a voracious reader. Like you walk into his apartment, and one length of the wall is just like done like that, and he has it all in his own order. He's read every single one of them.
That's wild.
He's two masters. Yeah. He has 2 masters in philosophy, and the next one now, he's like, oh fuck, because he's a line manager now in this company, and they're forcing him to like pick up a degree in business ethics, and it's like, I don't want to do this. Like, I want to play music. That's it. He wants to play music. That's all he does is play music anymore. Like, he'd be like up at 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning, he'd be practicing like playing the pipes or something like that, or playing the fiddle. Like, he's relentless. But
Red Falcon just in the chat said, I heard Jiangju and Red Falcon while I was eating dinner. What did I miss?
Oh yeah, I wanted to mention that when Jiangju, like, he was talking about meeting Caleb, like Caleb just kind of brought in, what do you think about corporal punishment? And that was not a big. How is that not a big red flag to anyone?
Right.
Yeah. No. What do you think about slapping kids? It's like, you don't slap kids ever. No. And it's like, And
then it comes out that he has a spanking fetish or whatever.
But when you read the paper, and it's like specific, like it's like, this Asian, like specific. It was like Zhang Yu was like ticking all the boxes for him. I was like, oh man, it's creeped me out.
You remember when they posted their pics together and I dropped the GPS coordinates?
What'd you do? You didn't. You probably asked Chase to do that for you. Chase.
The invention of race in the European Middle Ages. Nice.
Yeah, this is another book that I really wanted to check out.
Yeah, like, and then you come into like, you really get into the categorization, the category of race as, all right, we have humankind and then the races, and then it's like, well, humankind is a bullshit term because it's a biblical term. Now it's human species, and then it's like, over time it started undermining the race concept.
Right.
Like,
right, absolutely.
Shared ancestry, guys. We all originate in Africa, somewhere in Ethiopia. Shared ancestry.
The mitochondrial mother.
The genomic drift that we mostly have is 0.012%. So there you go. So when you have the racist, try going on about racism, just one word: heterozygosity.
Heterozygosity. I'm sorry, I missed all of that.
It's built-in diversity. And a good example of this might be is, let's say, biracial. Biracial parents have kids. One case, one of them had they had twins. One was black, one was white. And it was like a
Same genes.
same parents,
Yep.
same genealogy, just because
Yep.
just because of like built-in heterozygosity, which is built-in like mutations, all that sort of stuff happens over like takes a couple centuries. Bang, there you go.
Well, I mean, like I'm very melanin deficient, but my father isn't. My
I
No,
would
my-
be burned. I stick my head out the window and I'm like, burn.
Yeah, see, you have the complexion of my mother, right? My father has family in Mumbai, right? And they're two very different colors, and I wind up looking like, what's the word?
Italian.
Just an ethnically ambiguous
Italian.
looking.
The word you're looking for is Italian.
Italian, yeah.
But yeah, one of those. What is it? Never mind. But I think
Someone made fun of me in the chat. That's not nice.
I think that you seem pretty chill about this, so I'm just gonna like grant that.
Balaclava. Hey! Oh, the old classic.
So so anyways, back to the provost.
The Provost. Oh yeah, the classics. There was one I'm trying to think of something else now. What should I talk to go on about? Because I want to go on to like, how do we do the organization? Like because you have to go into my own experience as well. Like, why do I support Marxism? Why don't I not support anarchism? All that sort of stuff.
Right.
No, that's always an interesting one. I was in the practice first before I got into the theories. Like, so they coincided one after another. So in where I was, like, because I started doing activism with my party, like, from the get-go. Like, so my friend just said, come with me, we'll go to Shop Street, we'll do a stall.
What year would that have been?
That would be 2016, I think.
Oh damn, so it's like the same fucking like time period that like I was starting to get into this shit. And,
Yeah,
like,
sure. Like,
organizing
yeah,
stuff.
when Bernie Sanders like said socialism, everyone was like, "Oh, what the fuck's that? Why is he saying that?"
America really does influence.
I don't. Oh, wait, but I can know.
Yes. Perfect.
I got this as a gift in work. One of my Russian workmates gave me that, a gnome hat.
Perfect.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, I didn't even ask for it. I was like, he just comes along. Here, I got you this. I was like, this is fucking cool. It was a birthday gift.
Also, Nate, I forgot my girlfriend just pulled this off the wall. We have this hung up downstairs.
Yeah. Oh, savage. The poster, the North. You know the Che Guevara poster that everyone sees? You know that famous image?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually drawn by an Irish person.
Notable Irish person.
Through my son's veins flowed the blood of Irish rebels, is the quote of Che's
That's the
father.
quote. They had a stamp. Ireland printed an official stamp with Che Guevara.
Sam, I'm gonna be honest with you. I have no idea how to do that thing where they like wrap it around like the face. Like, one day I gotta learn. I gotta look up like a YouTube tutorial of like how to wear the keffiyeh. Like,
Keffiyeh.
Yeah,
I don't have
this
one.
one. This thing right here. And if you're gonna buy a keffiyeh, everybody chat, buy it from keffiyeh. If you're gonna, it's one of those things you never hear. You always read it.
Get one with Hamas. They have AKs on theirs.
Equalizing distort. Are you a fan of gauze?
Yes.
Gauze.
Are you a fan of gauze?
Oh yeah. If I bleed, yeah, sure, it's great. If I use a Bunsen burner, it's great too.
Equalizing.
No, the band gauze. Well, what the hell is it? God damn it. No. It's like, if you're gonna buy one though, buy it from Hibarwi USA or Hibarwi.
LARP.
Yes.
I don't even know what LARP is. I've been doing activism for so long that I'd be like shot. I'd be asking people, why are you nervous? Like, this is fine. I was actually in an occupation, by the way. I occupied a derelict building And the
Nice.
Gardaí came along, and that scared the shit out of me.
You're doing
And I
squatters'
thought,
rights.
yeah, there's a building. We're getting into the modern politics now. So the housing crisis in Ireland and the anti-immigration protests that are happening that are not nice. So as I think I said that,
Cool, you get a pass because
Yeah.
you had a gauze hoodie in reach of you while you were doing your stream.
yeah, might as well. So
Like-
Ugh.
yeah, I occupied a building 2 weeks ago. I slept in it for the day,
Nice.
for the night. It was not pleasant, man. I know how
No.
homeless people sleep on the street. It was just open up over the ground. Like, I'll show you a picture. I'll show you a picture of it.
So yeah,
I'll
look,
probably post a personal picture as well in the chat, the Discord, so you can see that as well. But it was rough, man.
to the LARPing accusations, just because like I have like a ski mask and like a green denim jacket, I'm not like out here trying to like do protracted People's War and like the fucking Pine Barrens.
and-
All right, chill.
Yeah, and I live in Philadelphia. Every motherfucker outside in Philadelphia wears one of these. I don't know if you've
Right.
heard the term the Pooh Shiesty mask, but this isn't like my my revolution mask or something like that. Like you go out on any corner or center city in Philadelphia, and you're going to see 100 motherfuckers with this mask on. So calm down.
Pine Barrens
It's not that big of a fucking costume.
Pine Barrens is a soft target. As is the Florida Everglades, man.
These are giant Jason Unruh acolytes.
Oh no, dude, whoa. You're making some like wild accusations here, right? We're not. I don't have a problem with Jason and Ruhu, right?
Other than he's like
but
kind of he's annoying and weird.
we're not on the same page, man. Like, chill, all right? I know that like us being a little funny and wearing some funny hats and shit, probably gave you like the wrong idea, but like, relax.
Stop starting drama. Stop.
Right?
Stop
Just
it.
chill. We're just
Like,
having
so what?
fun. All right.
So what? Fuck up.
Nice.
Like, yeah.
We have a strong branch.
But if you do have a career, wear masks. If you do have a career, like one of my friends, no, he has to wear mask. Yeah, he has to wear a mask.
I have a union, so.
But because of his job, he works in the state. Works for the state. But what he does, he says, Nathan, I love my job. I said, why? Because I get when people call me up and they say they have problems with their banks, it's my job to make banks feel miserable. It's great.
That's amazing.
It's amazing.
So I'm not gonna dox myself, but I do help people that are just getting out of prison reacclimate back into the community. And I do love my job, and honestly, like anything that I've said right on this stream, like if they were to try to come after me on it, it's just like, who else do you think you're gonna get to like sign up for this shit and like help people? Like, come on, man, it's like built into the fucking job. Like, you want people with like lived experience and shit like that. Like, who do you think you're gonna fucking get that's gonna like dedicate like 40 hours a week? But sorry, just a quick aside.
Yeah, like, hang on, fucking. I see Red Falcon posting into the Twitter. Let's see, fucker. Sorry, passwords. No, long passwords because reasons.
Reasons.
Yeah,
For reasons.
Yeah, happens every now and then. Oh fuck.
I work in substance abuse treatment, so I'm not super concerned.
I work in a factory, production line.
Yeah.
Nice. Classic prole.
OG, classic proletarian, all that sort of stuff. And it's interesting because it's like I can read these books and I'd be like, oh, that's pretty cool. But except, I'm not spinning cotton.
Yeah.
And it is that you do get to see like internal logistics because I think one of the capitals, I haven't fucking touched them because I'm building up to it. See, I started reading Capital at the start, and then I got so interested in all the literary references. I was like, I'm going to put it down. I'm going to read more Shakespeare, and then I'm going to read Faust.
Wow.
Just because I was like, no, I need to get these references. I want to get just like that's why it's also Capital is also studied as a literary work as well.
Right. Did you say Shakespeare and then Faust? Did you say?
Yeah, I said why not?
Yeah,
they're
I've read a little bit of Faust.
I know. I have Faust. I have the Faust downstairs.
Yeah, or you might get into the Tebben plays as well. Oedipus Rex. There's one that's done by there's one rendition done by W.B. Yeats. He wrote a script for it, and it's actually performed by William Shatner.
Whoa.
Star Trek, yeah.
It's kind of a shame that
It's fucking amazing. I love it.
it's kind of a shame that like Billy Shatner is like, you know, it turned into some kind of like right wing fucking doofus where he's like, when did Star Trek get political? And everybody's literally like, bro, you were there.
It's always been.
You were there.
No, sure, that was fictionalized politics. You know, it's not real politics. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, it's like, and I don't watch Star Trek. I haven't watched Star Trek. I should, but it's like,
I want to. I'm sure there's like lists. Like, I just want to start with like TNG just to understand what's going on in like not Deep Space Nine, the other one where, fuck, what's the one that like everyone always recommends? It's not Deep Space Nine. What's the other one?
don't ask me.
Chad, what's the other one? Give me your Star Trek recommendations, the good ones.
I've never been into Star Trek.
I don't know.
I respect it.
There's enough like commies that are always all right. So it is Deep Space Nine. Yeah. All right. So yeah, I want to get into it like just because enough lefties are always like fucking going off about it. You know. There's like communist Star Trek.
O'Brien is there's one Irish actor.
Yeah. Well, again, that brings us back to what do you think the chances are of Irish reunification?
It's very possible in the future, just by like virtue of like Brexit. Like, you know, like I would have been supportive of like Ireland leaving the EU, but then you see the consequences of Brexit, and it's like I would have supported Brexit just because like it's a big disadvantage. It's a shotgun fucking blast with their foot.
Absolutely.
The consequences of that are so complex. So, like, let's say, for instance, just one aspect of how much of a dilemma that the UK is in. EU regulations, EU commercial laws, and all that sort of stuff.
Right.
They have to change them into UK laws.
Right.
And here's the problem. You can't do that in one sweep, one rule at a time. That will take years and years. And they don't have the system for it.
Do you think that like what is it, a Jezza Labour Brexit would have been better off for them rather than like the Tory one that they got that was just dirty and sloppy as fuck?
No matter what, if it was Corbyn, wherever like that, anyway it went, it would have been a disaster regardless. I mean, it has been. That's why we're like, yeah, fuck it. You know,
right. And they were getting fucked either way, even when they were in it.
It fucked us as well because double taxation.
Yeah. You have to go through the UK in order to get to the rest of Europe, right?
No, you need to leave Europe, go to UK, and then go back into the EU again with Ireland. I have to pay through the nose for stuff. I say I like building computers, okay? That was my hobby like years ago. Now, you know, before the opening of prices of graphics cards and all that stuff, because I play PC games. I'm PC gamer. Fucking hundreds of games. I love playing video games, so that's why I don't have time to watch TV. I play games. That's what I do. And I would pay like fucking through the nose tax, import tax. Like I bought a CPU, and it should have cost me $250. I was fucking paying nearly $400 for it. Like, what
Jesus Christ! Would it have been cheaper for you just to order it from the US?
I could have ordered it from the US, but it's like I have to pay for I have to pay the customs anyways. I have to pay customs regardless. But when I was ordering parts from the UK before Brexit, it was like, yeah, fine. It's because CU within the customs union,
right?
But now they're out of the customs union, and my hobby has now gotten more expensive. Sad times.
I know what it's like to have an expensive hobby.
Yeah, everyone has guilty pleasures, all that sort of stuff.
I mean,
come on, after Marxism is about is a philosophy of eating food, but then once you got food on the table, then it's like, well, yeah, I'm bored. I'm bored. The free time aspect is a big thing. Like free time is a big thing. So this is what
we did an episode that kind of went over some of that stuff when we were reading Black Shirts and Reds, kind of like where one of the chapters kind of studied the transition of like support, or like at least like I would say like enthusiastic support of like a Soviet system or like a socialist system, and then like how the generations that were more plagued with like the poverty and scarcity and the non-electrification and the non-industrialization, and then the wars were so much more deeply appreciative of the socialist system. And then as more generations came and more people had more security in all those kind of like food, water, shelter areas, that there became more of like that desire to move into capitalism for more like consumer goods and things like that. And there was like that idealized version of capitalism that everybody was anticipating, or at least a large segment of the population was anticipating.
Like Parenti does talk about that, like, let's say pre-Glasnost period, or no, around Glasnost period,
Perestroika.
Yeah, Glasnost, Perestroika.
Perestroika.
But it's mostly referred to Glasnost now. Like when you're talk, Perestroika is opening up, and then in the internal aspect will be Glasnost. So 1986 to 1991, around that time, or in around that period. So
Right.
like you had these weird contradictions in the USSR. Like, for instance, in the 1977 Constitution, you had right to housing, and then there was overcrowding, because it's like, oh yeah, we have right to housing, then you have to fucking fulfill that plan. All right, we need to get the housing going. And then you had like free healthcare. Yet at one point, they had 69 CAT scans for the entire population. Japan had 4,000. And like, so you had like, we want you to give these guarantees, and then you had the checks and imbalances. And this is where like a lot of criticisms fall flat, because it's like, that was the intention, like free housing, jobs. Like Parenti talks about, because when he went over the delegation, I think, I'm trying to remember now, he was like looking at it from a trade union type perspective, and he talks about I think he criticizes this, the overstaffing in workplaces, because you have right to employment, and then you have people just sitting on the job, get full pay for it.
Yeah, and exactly. There was no incentive.
The incentive.
He talks about how there's incentive issues with quotas, right? So if you're a factory and you make your quota, making your quota means that you'll get an increased quota. But if you don't hit your quota, that means that you pretty much because you're not working for a let's just say whatever you overproduce that day. And then even he went into Cuba as well, where there's sometimes people will work twice as hard one day to fill up the quota for 2 days, so then they can not work the next day and then go work other jobs out on farms that are like black market pay. So it's you would have factories that would all work twice as hard to make 2 days worth of work, and then take in 1 day, and then take 1 day off, so all the workers could go work on private farms to make a little extra money. So when you have those issues with incentive, that's something that you need to look at if you want to organize a socialist economy.
That was something that plagued them for decades. Like for instance, you had the collective farms, but because of how the pricing, the coal tolls, because of how the pricing, I fucking pluck my Russian's bad.
It's fine.
Yeah, say Chinese terms better though. Just for the virtue of having Chinese friends.
Which I'm going to bring up China in a second, but please continue.
Yeah, I have Chinese. I have Chinese mates. We get loads of Chinese students in Ireland, savage.
Really?
Yeah,
nice.
I've been good friends. I've met. I have a weird story. This is just how I interact with people, as well. So we'll get to the China thing, and then I'll bring in that story. But I'm just about the collective farms. So you had how the collective farms operated, and then your private plots. People prioritize their private plots just because they get money out of it. It made sense, and I just look sometimes be reading some things about the Soviet Union. I'm just why are you doing this? Why? And then you'd be you had the contradiction of the policies they were trying to achieve. In 1961, they said they were going to have communism in 1980, and a 3-hour work week, 3-hour day, 3 days. You work 3 hours during the day and all that sort of stuff.
They probably had the population, if they were able to consolidate their government and have it
here's one.
But wait, hang on. What I was going to bring up though, in terms of the dysfunction, right, of a lot of Soviet economic policies,
You can't blame
right?
Khrushchev. I'm going to bring. 400 books on the Soviet Union. I'm going to come
yes.
into this. I'm going to come in on this in a few minutes.
So I think that like what China has done, right? I believe there are many, many compounding reasons for. No, you're good.
Why are you doing the dance?
I think there are. I think there are many
Yeah.
compounding reasons
Yeah.
for.
I like to live at home because I can't afford to live anywhere else.
No, it's all good, dude. Don't worry about it. I think there are. Yeah, my wife was literally in here like 5 seconds ago. I think there are many compounding reasons for like China opening up, right?
Yeah.
But I think that their opening up and like their use of markets has kind of avoided a lot of that whole loss of productivity, maybe like not compensation for that productivity in full through the opening up. And yes, there was a lot of corruption and things that went on during the
Yeah.
reforms, but they
Decline of
avoided,
the obvious one, decline of women's rights and women's representations. Like
of course,
that's one
horrendous.
major criticism I fucking have. Like, it's like, man, you didn't look after the fucking women. That was a bad one.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh.
That is absolutely a valid criticism. I just think that like in terms of like the productive forces that China can speak of today, right, are a lot more than even the Soviet Union at its height, right, could have wished to have. And I think that as far as like their leadership under Xi Jinping under the last how long has it been, like close to 10 years now, 13 years,
2012.
2012 is 2023, so yeah, the last like 11 years, sorry. I think that like they're transitioning towards like an economy that like can do those things that like the Soviet Union wanted to do. I have all 3 volumes on my
I have
bookshelf.
4. That's volume 4.
You got the 4th one?
Yeah. Get on my
You just started
game.
on Johnny so hard.
Do you have the Deng Xiaoping ones too? All 3 volumes?
I have one of each. I have the
Nice.
Chen Yuan and Louis Xiaoqi and Deng Xiaoping.
Nice.
And then I have Reform and Opening Up. Actually, I went through one of those holes where you're like, I don't believe socialism is a fucking thing. It's like,
right.
just because just reading so much of the history, it's like, it's a fucking wreck, train wreck. Just that's it. No, not doing it anymore. And that was a loophole. That was a hole I went to. Read Up and Out of Poverty. Bang. Fucking brilliant book. I was like, holy shit, this book's fucking fantastic. Up and Out of Poverty is a collection of speeches and letters of Xi Jinping when he was like working in just what was that province? Two couple of provinces. He was like head over. Like man, his political record is amazing. It's a big fucking.
I mean, his dad helped formulate the special economic zones that
Red Wizard. They killed 108,000 clergy in the 1930s. Like
Fujian. It was Fujian.
Yeah.
That he was in charge of from 1999 to 2002. And he was party secretary of neighboring Zhejiang from 2002 to 2007.
Yeah, they're provinces with hundreds of millions of people. And he was
I love that they call them like hamlets and stuff or like villages, but it's just like it's twice the population of like like a major U.S. city.
When I was talking to one of my friends, he was like, "Oh, I'm from a small city." One of my Chinese friends. And I was like, "Where?
Where?"
It's just south of Beijing. What's the population? 22 million.
It's like
Ireland's population's like 5 million.
Crazy.
22 million, man. And he's like, "Oh, it's just you wouldn't know it. 22 million. Yeah, I wouldn't know it. It's a fucking entire country in a small area."
What's the population of Ireland?
In the south or in total? 7 million.
7?
7 million.
7 million, yeah.
So there's about 3 of those in that small city of China. In China.
Yeah.
That's a tier 2 city. See, they put their cities into tiers. So tier 3, tier 2, tier 1.
Right.
Because it's to do with their developmental model that they've created in order to like build get people up and out of poverty, in an equal line. Like there's a book I recently got, and I'll get it. although it's not as detailed. It's more like a popular outline. I read it more as a popular outline. It's like, yes, it's propagandish.
Well, what's it called for the chatters?
Uh,
I'll just pull up the link. You just tell me
I,
what the name of it is.
I need to fucking look for it. Society building. I think it sounds
Society building.
yeah. Canute. It's when I look up Canute, society building.
A China Model of Social Development by Xianggun Chang.
Society building and social governance in China.
Okay. Society
Oh yeah,
building.
that was a good read actually, because they talk about the state and there was a fucking fascinating concept in it. It was like, they didn't say just withering away the state. They said that the state would just like return, like, because there's always the idea that the state was like, that separate thing above the people, and then in the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat, it's not a state in the pure sense, but they have to call it a state
Right.
because it functions for all intents and purposes like a state until it goes through that period of the simple administration of things. And the simple administration of things is done by the people. So it's like over time, it starts to.
This is recent.
Yeah, I read through that as well. Like, it's a good book.
Yeah, no, because they're talking about COVID-19, and I think that like a lot of people, are still very like, there's still like a lot up in the air about like, regards to their COVID policies right now, right?
It's hit or miss, man. It's like it's tough. It was tough in a lot of areas. Yeah, that's to be conceded. Like, and
Yeah, because
zero COVID had to work for them, because if I think there was one statistic that was just like thrown out before, and I didn't really go and looking into it. If 60 million of the workforce got COVID, the country would just nearly shut down. Boom.
Well, they only have like, what is it, like 3 or 4 like, ICU beds, right, for every like,
They've made
100,000
loads,
people.
man.
I understand they made like an entire hospital overnight, but it's still just a gigantic population that like they still don't have. Basically, like every what is it, like, every other building would need to be a hospital, with nothing but ICU beds, right, in order for them to lift zero COVID, and they are, but like they're doing it in kind of like a not haphazard.
It's gone.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
like,
gone
but
now.
like you have what is it, certain prefectures or areas lifting it at different rates and different ways because of the different kind of, like rural, urban, and every combination thereof within China.
Yeah, they usually publish white papers that are detailed enough. That's the way to do it. Like, so I just post that into the chat as well. Where was the one that I read before that was actually good? Blah, 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 blah. It was to do with healthcare, and I was like, they really they look after the disabled. I'll tell you that.
So what was up with like the population of like the elderly that like weren't vaccinated? Is that just due to like cultural, like, Confucianism, and like elderly, like, feeling like that's not you're the young people, it's your responsibility to take care of these things? Like,
There's a lot of things about Chinese medicine. So like, they think Chinese medicine can do anything.
Okay.
Like it was up until like how many years ago? Like they were fucking like getting ivory grinded down.
Yeah.
Wherever the fuck they were snorting it, like
Tiger stuff, yeah. No,
yeah.
I'm aware of that, and that's like, one of those things where it's just like not great,
Yeah, it's not. No,
it's
something we don't do, like, but it's something they do. And then you get, like, I was joking with one of my friends about the English names the Chinese take when they come over to when they come over to different countries. Even though most of their names are 2 syllables, they just assume that people, like a lot of people, have troubles with their names. Like, now, yeah, the z, all those sounds.
Yeah.
The 4 tones in Mandarin, like, can be hard.
I thought it was 5 tones.
Depends on the usage. I think it's 4 tones, 4 fundamental tones.
Huh.
That's what I know of. Yeah.
I don't speak Mandarin, so like,
when I was practicing it, it was 4 tones. Like, that's what my friend was saying. It was 4 tones. The that sort of stuff. And 2 syllables in the name. So I'd be like, oh, what's your name? Jenny. What's your name? Chen Yue. It's like, you have to say Chen Yue. And then one of my friends, his name is Huzhe. but he wants to call himself McLovin.
Get the
And
fuck out of here.
I
Stop.
swear,
Stop.
no,
Stop.
I'm not lying. He called himself
Stop.
McLovin for ages. I'm like,
Stop
please,
lying.
don't do this to me. I'm like, I'm not fucking. I don't
In
want to.
Ireland.
In Ireland.
Yeah, in Ireland of all places.
In Ireland.
Look,
That's like
my
literally
favorite movie.
moving to Ireland and wanting to be called like, yeah, you can call me Ronald McDonald.
McLovin. He'd be saying it to people, what's your name? McLovin. And I'd be mortified. And these people just like looking at him like, what? It's like roaring their heads off laughing. Because they think he's just joking. He's joking. How we really got on, and it's like, oh yeah, I mentioned like, oh, American Psycho is one of my favorite movies like that. I read the book recently.
Oh God.
Fucked up book. And like,
yeah, I've read it. Yeah.
So it's like, you know, you see all the memes like, oh yeah, Sigma male. It's like, he does not do nice things. That's
Like,
it. Yeah.
Have you ever read the book?
I have. The book's weird because
it's like you got
one page just listing things off.
Exactly. You got to like pull up like a 1980s catalog to know like what the fuck are they even talking about for like an entire page.
Listening off things like nonstop. But what the best, I think, someone when he's listening off things, he'll just like turn around and say, "I'm just going to cut her head off now," and then it goes back to listening off. And I'm like, "What the fuck?" Yeah.
It's one of those it's one of those books like I forget
the movie
author.
actually does a good job reflecting it.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be a good person. The Patrick Bateman
it's
is
not a role model.
No,
not a role model.
Yeah, it's one of those things like Chuck Palahniuk. Do you ever read him like Fight Club and all that shit?
I've never seen Fight Club.
Wow. Okay, that's like a millennial male like cultural centerpiece. Right, is Fight Club. Like everybody, you know, that's like, you know, a cis white boy from the suburbs can remember when their friend showed them the movie Fight Club.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
that was actually a good one. Yeah, Bruce Christian Bale. Yeah, Tom Cruise's acting style.
He's a good actor. He's what the fuck is he? He's English, but like born in Wales or something, or
yeah. When I was reading the book and he was going to the part where he's like, I'm just going to wear a tuxedo because why not? And then you see in the movie then that he wears a tuxedo in one of the scenes, and it's like, I've never fucking noticed that. Just because it's such yuppie culture, like it's like, oh yeah, that's what rich people do. And it's like, yeah, I'm just doing this for no reason. Just because. It's disturbing. The book is weirdly so fucking disturbing sometimes in parts.
Sam, are you talking about Fight Club, or are you talking about because if you're talking about Fight Club, it's the Pixies song.
Yeah, the Pixies.
I don't know how I do.
Where's my mind?
Yeah,
I need to go to the toilet.
All right.
I mean, I need to get something to drink.
Go for it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have probably let you know that like we go on for hours, man. If you got
2.5 hours, I'm having a time. I'm having a great time.
Yeah. So yeah, please go take care of what you got, man. We'll be right here.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, cool.
I can't wait to ask him, like, you know, if he thinks, you know, that Wales will be the first to pull out of the UK, because that's where my money's at.
Will Wales rise again?
Yes. The red dragon rises in the Kingdom of Wales.
I just saw. Did you know that The Last of Us episode 5 is coming out tonight because of the Super Bowl?
Wait, what?
That's what I just heard.
Get out! Are you serious?
Pull that up. Somebody pull it up. Can chat confirm? Does anybody know? Sorry to break from the Wales discourse.
Oh fuck! All right, so it's like this show has fucked me up because like all I look forward to is watching the Mushroom Zombie show. Like that's all I want to watch.
Just give me Mushroom Zombie.
Give me Mushroom Zombie. That's all I care about anymore. It's the only show I want to watch. I can't like escape.
I won't revolt. I won't revolt if you just give me a steady stream of Mushroom Zombie.
Yes, give me Mushroom
Capitalism
Zombie.
will suffice if I'm fed Mushroom Zombie brain stimulation. Please.
There's just something about like the idea of like American culture just stopping in 2003 that like I can't like get away from that thought experiment. You know what I mean? And yeah, Baldwin's Ghost, it's good. The third episode had me sobbing.
I think it's great.
Well, you know, for anybody that doesn't
I
think it's good, you're just, you know.
Unelectable Airways says it's okay.
I've returned.
He's back.
So, what's your opinion on Wales leaving the UK first?
Wales leaving the UK. I wouldn't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Scotland before anyone else.
Nah, it's gonna be Wales. Wales first.
Scotland at 49% last vote.
I'm telling you, man, Wales, they're gonna come out of nowhere. They're the like least expected, you know, to do it, but they're gonna be the first to do it, man. I'm telling you.
Right. All right, sure, fair enough. That's your opinion.
Thank you for subscribing, Sean Meat.
That's the way you have to concede sometimes. It's like, that's your opinion. I don't know anything.
I don't know. There's just something about how like I think that history consistently like, you know, it gives us like a curveball. And I think that like Wales is gonna be that curveball for the UK.
Like you open up the
Wales gave us
18
Dick
Brumaire.
Penderin.
You open up the 18 Brumaire and it just says like, no, Wales is gonna leave.
Yeah. That commonly
and then proceeds to talk about France.
That commonly overlooked sentence in the middle of the 18th Brumaire.
Oh yeah, that one line, about the history repeating itself and Wales leaving.
Yeah. Wales will be first. Well, I mean, like they're another like, you know, what is it? What would you want to call it? Like part of the UK that also has its own language, but like, you know, they don't have nearly like the same kind of issues, I guess, that like you were describing in Ireland, where like, you know, people are like, oh, it's a dead language and, you know, this, that, and the third.
Yeah, it's one of the Celtic languages. It just suppresses me in Ireland because it's like, it's such a hatred of the language. You couldn't make it up. I'm not making it up. It's fucking nasty.
And yet you don't see that in Wales. And do you even see that in Scotland?
I wouldn't know because, like,
right.
To be fair, like it depends on the popularity of how well spoken it is. Like, I don't think Scottish is as widely spoken as like Welsh, or like probably Welsh is probably more widely spoken than Scots Gael. Like, you know, there's Scots and Scots Gaelic and Welsh, and you know, there's the Irish is there, the classic Gaeilge. That's what we call it, the Gaeilge. It's just I've never really personally, I haven't looked into it, like how well spoken languages are, but the difference is I remember, like, I was in a class and there was this guy that spoke Scots, okay, you know, the Gaelic version of Scottish. We just couldn't understand him, like, and we were speaking Gaeilge as well. Like, there was only some, you know, phonetic, you know, nearly close enough words with sort of stuff like that, but it was just so different, like how it developed. And that's not surprising. Like, even musical styles would change just by county to county in Ireland, and Ireland is tiny. Like, for instance, in Clare, they love slow fiddling. You know, that's lovely. Martin Hayes, fucking fabulous stuff. And then you go up to Donegal, then they play like a fucking speed merchant. They're sawing it so fast you don't even notice the notes they're missing, like, you know. And then with the Uilleann pipes, Cork, they play it like an electric guitar, like they're just fucking hitting all those notes like unbelievably. And then it's just different than in Limerick, or it's different in the Midlands. Like, it's amazing how much, like, even the language, the Irish language would just change by provinces, in the south, north, and in the west, and Dublin. Like, it's amazing enough. Like, but what put it into context for me is, like, when I was reading there, I listen to a lot of audiobooks as well now in work. If I'm not reading, I'm listening. So I'm listening to Eric Hobsbawm's work, The Age of Revolution. And he talked about, you know, the logistics, the connections between capitals. It was faster to get communications between a capital and another capital than it would be in a capital and a town. And that blew me away. So, like, it wouldn't be surprising if like the languages developed differently. It wouldn't be surprising if the music played differently. Like most of our instruments are imports. Like there was no way we were going to build a fucking concertina with the tools we had in Ireland. There's no way we were going to fucking. You could play it. You could build a fiddle. You could build a violin, right?
Right.
When the violin enters the hands of an Irish musician, it becomes something different because the play style of a fiddle and a violin is different. You can get the best violinist, and this has happened. I've seen it. Put them down and say, "All right, play a few jigs there, maybe a hornpipe." Go on. And they'll struggle. They'll be like, "What the fuck?"
Well, I mean, it's a completely different like musical background. It's kind of like the same way that I'm sure if you took like a banjo player, from Kentucky or whatever, and you asked him to play like traditional African, like because the banjo is an African instrument, but if you asked him to play like African rhythms on like the banjo, he'd be like, ain't happening.
Yeah. Sadly enough, only 78,000 native speakers. Now, some of my comrades now are really doing a good job in the likes of Athlone, trying to get the Irish language going there. Like for instance, there's no resources there for Irish language, like not even college courses, nothing.
Right.
So my friend just said, "Fuck it, my comrade said we'll make our own thing," and so in Dublin they do these things called pop-up Gaeltachts. Basically, bunch of friends that all speak Irish in Dublin. They'll be like they'll look at the map and be like, "Yeah, let's go into this pub." And about 20 or 30 people just flood into a pub and just start speaking Irish to everyone.
That's amazing.
The barman will have to be like learning Irish like as quick as they can. Like, they just start speaking Irish everywhere. Like, so they're just like, it's like a fucking raid. Like,
that's fucking cool.
Yeah.
I kind of wish that I don't know if like
it's activism. It is activism because a lot of these groups are fucking socialist oriented. Like,
seriously, might happen if you. I actually wish that Red Falcon. I don't know if he's in here or not, but like how he would feel if like something like that like would happen with
the native language.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100% do it. Fucking go get 10 comrades there, straight into a pub, start speaking, whatever.
I feel like there would probably be a little bit more pushback from the barkeep, though.
Fuck the words. Fuck you. We're here. We're paying customers like that. It's like how much is it for a pint? And then you say then you ask them in Irish then or something like that.
Because I also saw like a recent thing. Like, how do you feel about
guerrilla linguistics? That's what it's called. We actually call it guerrilla Gaeilge.
Wow.
We got a guerrilla Gaeilge.
How do you feel about people that are not Irish learning the language or proliferating it?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, okay. Sure. Most of the time, like I said, the concertina is not an Irish instrument. The violin is not an Irish instrument. Guitar is not an Irish instrument. The only real kind of close enough Irish instrument would be the wind bag instruments. Again, they're ancient. Like Dylan pipes. Like, because like I said, like we didn't have the
symbol is like the common symbol is like the harp, right?
The harp is our main instrument. Yeah, harp is lovely. Oh yeah,
very nice.
Okay, I love the harp. Like I was listening, like because on my street, in Galway, we have buskers. So we have people that just sit on the street and play music.
Yeah, we got them here too in Philly.
I was listening to the harp. I was loving it. Like some random in the fucking harp. Oh, you can't beat it. It's lovely fucking instrument. There was one guy who was blind, and he's a turtle. He's nearly like mythical, and like just because amount of sounds he wrote. Like he was blind, so the only way he can make a living was with a horse cart in his harp. He just go around to different villages and play the harp, and that's what he made it. Like, and he wrote this song, and it's like so sad because he knew he was going to die. And Caroline Farewell, isn't it?
Pull it up. Let's see it.
What's it called?
Carolyn's Farewell to Music is what it's called. I'll post. I wonder if I only want to get a good version. I don't want to hear
Okay.
Pittsburgh.
All right, you give me the link and I'll throw it up.
I know because I'm fucking super. I'll have to ask one of the comrades now. Here, which one is it now? Do we want to play on the fiddle or do we want to do it like this? Right? What way do we want to go? Like, because it's like if I'm going to listen to the King of the Pipers, I want to listen to Paddy Keenan play. I don't want to listen to fucking some amateur. No, there's elitism as well in Irish trad. That's unfortunate.
We got you're in Galway. I did a semester at college there.
What?
Not me, but Unelectable Airwaves said they did a semester in college in the city you live.
Fellow streamer.
Great. Is it
Unelectable
GMIT or
Airwaves.
NUIG?
All right, so there's the link.
Probably NUIG.
Copy link. You only want to hear the.
It's called NHG. It's called NHG now. I just because I saw Martin Hayes, he plays the fiddle. And like, Dennis Cattle. It would have been the one with Dennis Cattle. Like, oh yeah, there it is. That's the one. He died this year, actually. So sad. Oh, last year. So sad.
I don't know if it's gonna play the audio, but
he's American.
Give it a shot. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Can chat hear it?
I can't hear it.
You can't hear it?
I can hear it.
You cannot. Okay.
It's only faint though. It's like I'm listening to it.
Here, so let me try to do it. I don't know why it works better when I do it.
It's the latest link in the private chat. God damn it! This is why we moved over to OBS. Too many issues.
Dennis Cattle is American, by the way. So there you go. He's traditionally trained. Like.
And this is heavy.
Is Irish trad is the greatest music ever. Nice. Always nice. That song's over 320 years old. And
Jesus.
The reason why
That's so wild.
That wouldn't be the original, because there's a tradition in Irish music where you make subtle changes from each artist one after another. That's how we're able to preserve the music. Like, so, like, you know, there won't be like, sometimes you can find like the original notes in the archives and stuff like that, but people just like make their twists to it. Like, so one guy can write a song and on one instrument, like, because most of these songs are like are done on the pipes. Why? because of the regulators, or is a harmonic instrument. So
Hmm.
when I mentioned the inland pipes, they're different from Highlander pipes because you play these sitting down, and they're made in a set of 3. So you have your chanter, your drones, and your regs. And that's with that you can compose like loads of songs. And like one guy would just like make one song and he's on the pipes. Some guy would play a different version of the fiddle, and the guy on the pipes will say, "Yeah, you know what? That's better. I prefer that." And so on. The music gets better over time. That's real development of culture as you see it happening. Like, and like you get people then that hate the language, like.
Yeah.
And this leads into one thing now, which we're going to talk about the far right in Ireland. Might as well bring it back to politics.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah. There's 2 parties now. I hate them, obviously, because I have to. The National Party, they're called, and the Irish Freedom Party.
Sorry, real quick. I just want to say, Hashkush, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate that. We greatly appreciate that. Sorry, I didn't want to leave that unattended. So go ahead.
Oh, no problem. Go ahead.
parties.
If there's money, there's money.
You got it.
You gotta look out for it. So yeah, like there's been protests going against refugees coming into Ireland.
What's the main demographic of refugees that would be coming into Ireland?
So we've accepted 70,000.
Sorry.
Yes, 70,000 Ukrainian refugees in over a year, which is a big influx.
And is that who the anti-refugee contingent is opposed to?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, so I would just speaking from like, I hear a lot of like, obviously there's this situation in the United States, and then I hear things in France and other places, about people from Africa, people from the Middle East, people from, in our case, mostly Latin America.
Yeah.
That are like rejected by our cultures. But like, obviously the Ukrainian situation, I think it would be very different here in the United States. I think that they would be welcomed far more than anybody that was black or brown. And I was just curious if these political organizations were like if these Ukrainians were the ones that they were vehemently opposing as refugees, or if it was anyone that was non-white.
Yeah, like Syrians.
Yeah. Right. Syrians or
we did have that. It's like, yeah, but Ukrainians just got you preferential treatment.
Because it adds a different sector than what you see in Britain and France. You see a lot of these white supremacist movements being like, there's non-whites coming in here and altering our white culture. Whereas if it's Ukrainians, that changes the dynamic a little bit. Obviously, you can still be xenophobically chauvinistic against Ukrainians, but it would be just a tad different than what we experience here and what I hear in a lot of Europe.
Yeah, there's been a weird twist though, like over time, especially in Ireland, like a lot of the protests now will be going after, like, just be after anyone, like after, it doesn't matter if you're Ukrainian, it doesn't matter if you're African, it doesn't matter if you're Syrian, like during the refugee, Polish is well settled here, really.
All right.
Yeah, like I've like grew up like most, like a lot of my friends were Polish, like just growing up in schools, like I still don't understand. I still haven't really looked into like why so many Polish are in Ireland. So I'm not against it at all. Immigration is good. Immigration has always been a net benefit to a country. Always. Like in the EU, the refugee crisis that happened in 2016 has resulted in a net benefit economically for
even the illegal immigration that we quote unquote illegal immigration that we experience in the United States is a economic windfall for us. You know what I mean? People like to pretend like they're a drain on the economy or something like that, and they're quite the opposite.
They're a big boost for your economy and
exactly
great resource to exploit for the capitalists. Boy, look, I can charge them less. If they say anything, I just say right, ice. That's it.
Yep, exactly.
In Ireland, we get back onto the topic. All right, so recently there's been protests against refugee centres. So you'd have communities it's mostly located in Dublin, so areas like Finglas, areas like well, I'll just pick mostly Finglas now because I'm trying to really think about which other areas would there be in. So we already have a housing crisis, and it's bad, really fucking bad. So the state has tried to like really bring in housing. So but they need to meet a minimum of 65,000 houses a year up to 2050 in order to go along in lockstep with economic development. It's only managed 24,500, give or take, and it's supposed to build 9,000 social housing units, but it's only managed up to 6,000. That's policy. They prefer market to do the the housing thing. And even big companies like in America, like Amcam or something like that, have turned around to the state and said, so you better sort out your fucking housing crisis or we're going to leave because we have workers here to work and there's no housing for them. You get these weird situations where, like on a construction site, you'll have a construction site and then the workers have to be housed in a hotel across the road because they live so far away.
Right. Yeah.
And then you have you have these unusual contradictions, mainly because you have the NIMBYs, not my backyard sort of fucking people say, I don't want social housing here. I don't want a fucking traveller living beside me. Traveller would be an ethnic minority in Ireland. They're indigenous country, like, so they're nomadic. They were nomadic peoples, like, so they're heads of traveling community. Be like similar to Roma in Romania or wherever.
Like the kind in the movie Snatch?
The Pikeys, yeah.
I didn't know if that was like an offensive term or not, so I didn't really want to say that.
It is a fucking offensive term. It is, yeah. It is an offensive term, but this, yeah. Just what it is, what it is, like. But, like, so, like, you'll always get hatred against the travelers just because they exist. Because that's where the state law has been, like, since 1960. So, like, they're basically called the anti-traveler law. Worded anti-traveler law directed against travelers to stop them from traveling. Mainly because they don't want people working on their private property and all that sort of stuff. And then they had, like, exclusionary policies in terms of employment and all that sort of stuff. So a lot of them can be lumping paroles. It leads to that scenario of, like, you want to get people sympathetic to them, well, like a disproportionate amount, a number of the travel community commit crimes. This is a fact. Like, you have to accept it.
Yep.
It's like, you try to get people to be compassionate. They're so they're stuck in a racist mindset of, like, this is by purposeful state policy that they're like this. It's not a natural. It's like the people say it's genetic. Like, honestly believe it's hereditary that they're like this. It's like, no fucking way.
Yeah, this is what we deal with in the United States with the Black population, who has, experienced, like, the absolute worst, economic conditions, educational opportunities, employment opportunities, just outright, being barred from housing, being sequestered into, very specific areas that are then incredibly over policed, receiving disparate outcomes in terms of their when they get arrested, the sentencing, job applications, their housing appraisals. Housing appraisals are, like, inherently racist. If a Black person owns a house, they get appraised less on the housing market. So just, like, from A to B, you can't even really look at a decade period where there isn't, like, gross systemic discrimination going on. And then, majority of the people are like, well, it must be some kind of genetic defunct in the Black biology that makes them like this. And
because they can't not look at things
refuse to have any materialist analysis.
They cannot have a historical materialist analysis where it's just like, it's not just now, it's not just in the last 10 years, right?
Yeah.
People, right? Populations, no matter what, a whole neighborhood, no matter what color, right, no matter what background they are of, right, if they are part of an outgroup, right, and if they are intergenerationally not allowed those things like you mentioned, like being able to get a loan from the bank for the house in order to be able to build up that kind of intergenerational wealth and accumulate things like that, then yeah, you're going to be poor and you're going to do things that are illicit in order to be able to make up for that lack of intergenerational wealth.
It's a right to life. Yeah, it's based on your right to life. Like, I have no fucking problem. Like, if you're poor and you need to steal, do it.
Yeah. I mean, but, like, the point is, like, well, let's just, like, examine why steal, right? What is the reason why they have to steal? Because of low income, because of like, a lack of resources, right? Why do they have a lack of resources? Oh, because of like racist or like, othering policies, right? That negatively impact this community because of immutable differences.
Yeah, like I'm trying to roll back to a previous conversation.
Tell
But I agree
us about the right-wing parties though.
yeah, the right wing parties and what they're doing and how they're fueling the right. I was just going through the Telegram because the far right just don't have any security at all, so you just learn everything on their telegrams. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Racism just fucking exploded in Ireland the past 2 weeks. It's frightening.
What do you mean?
Like, imagine like thousands of people marching on a refugee center. And
That happened?
It's happening, like you
be
get
fair-
burn them out. Deport them. Like I've had workmates tell me like straight up they should deport those fucking refugees. Like
We don't hear anything about Ireland in America. We don't hear anything about it.
You're in for a shock. All right. So I remember it was 2 weeks ago. I was in Dublin. I was occupying a building, like, all right, Derek.
Yeah. Right.
And at the same
Squatters'
time,
rights.
it wouldn't be squatters' rights. I'm not doing it was a political thing.
Oh,
So
okay.
we were highlighting that they say we said that this building's been derelict for 14 years and it was supposed to be like housing here, like big piece of housing. Like there's one picture I took and I put it up on my Facebook, because long form. I said like the trees were planted initially there about 20 years ago. They're like cypress trees. The trees have grown to full maturity before the buildings were fucking built. So the trees have grown to full maturity and not a fucking first floor has been built where they're supposed to be the company, like those poor cypress trees are lonely without their buildings, like so at the same time there was a march on Finglas, and it's like just like see pictures now. I think it's going to be like the COVID thing again, where it's just going to be like hundreds of people for a while and then it'll just die down, because if you're the far right will burn themselves out with just marches, because that's all they're good for. Sometimes they just march and then they'll march some more,
like the trucker convoy shit.
Yeah, they'll just march some more and they tire themselves out. And it's like, why are we doing this? Like, it's just repetition.
And the only time they come close to doing something is either just like stochastic like warfare against like terrorizing some like minority population, or if they do anything against the government, they instantly get like the thumb put down on them like real fucking quick, like January 6th.
That's what happened.
Or they walk into the Capitol building and then look around and take selfies and then immediately get arrested and turns out they have actually no cohesive plan or organization of what to do once you've effectively stormed and occupied a state capital.
Were you about to say that Ireland had a January 6th?
No, they wouldn't storm. They wouldn't march on the fucking.
Oh, okay.
No way. Do you know why? Because the likes of the National Party and the Irish Freedom Party, and their leaders, former Fine Gael members, like
Fine Gael.
Justin Barrett. Justin Barrett is the head of the National Party, and there's a documentary on him. He led in 1991, 1990s, and around that time, Ireland didn't have divorce until the mid 90s.
Jesus,
and it passed divorce. It didn't have divorce until the mid 90s. Backwards.
You couldn't legally get out of a marriage.
Yeah, you could not legally get out of a marriage in Ireland.
Holy shit!
And you guys take that Catholic thing really seriously.
It's fucking backwards, man. No one realizes it. Like, what backwards the fucking country is. Hang on, let me get the referendum. There was another referendum that happened in 2019. It was like more like it was like faster divorce. That was it. Like, I want to get rid of my fucking husband as quick as I can.
Real quick, Sebs. I think it's harder to believe that you think that Nancy Pelosi is doing any work to begin with. Like the fact that she even needs a laptop and doesn't just like have her fucking stockbroker on speed dial. Like that's all she does.
But also, Baldwin's Ghost had a question for you. They asked Fine Gael were fascist at one point, right?
Yeah, the blue shirts. They were called the Irish Christian Front. I have a
The
story
Blue
about that because
fuck?
we have a fascist. Yeah, our current government was formerly a fascist party.
Wow.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
How
Yeah,
long
you're
have they
gonna
been in
learn.
power?
Oh, they've it's either Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil for decades.
Okay. Wow.
You're gonna learn. Oh yeah, here we go. All right, the Irish Christian Front. I have a story for you.
Okay, let's do it.
In 1936, there's obviously the IRA had a meeting in St. Stephen's Green or something like that in Dublin, and the Irish Christian Front, led by Owen O'Duffy. Owen O'Duffy was the head of the Blue Shirts. They came down with baseball bats, blades, and all that sort of stuff to fight the IRA. Like, they were filthy communists. That's what they were. And so, anyways, the IRA only bare fists. All right, if you want to go, we'll go. There was an author. He's going to become a famous author, and it was yesterday. It was one of his anniversaries, and I'd rather read it off because this has actually been shared around after, because this was shared to me twice. So here we go. We had been both born into IRA families, and we met at 13 because of this. The circumstances were dramatic enough to stir the blood of any two youngsters like us and bind us together as fast friends forever. On that memorable day in the fall of 1936, a group of IRA sympathizers had gathered at St. Stephen's Green in Dublin to hear my father, Ambrose Victor Martin, denounce fascist intervention in the Spanish Civil War. He was later to fight in the International Brigade with Frank Ryan's IRA contingent. Then, through the drizzling rain, appeared a large and ugly mob organized by the Irish Christian Front, otherwise known as the Blue Shirts, or Animal Gang, which supported Generalissimo Francisco Franco. This group sent Owen O'Duffy's Blue Shirts to fight on the fascist side. The frontiers were armed with an array of wicked weapons, razor blades, broken bottles, iron bars, and bicycle chains, and I feared for my father's life. As the IRA men prepared to defend themselves with their bare fists, a small boy with a wild shock of hair ran from the ranks, waving a pistol nearly as big as himself and yelling a wonderful string of obscenities. He stopped only a few feet from the fronters and fired 2 shots close to their heads. They stopped in their tracks, and the boy screamed, "Get back, you filth, or I'll kill every one of you." The attackers didn't wait to count the bullets in his gun, and I watched with delight as they retreated in hasty disorder. Brendan Behan, at 13, had saved my father, and the others sent a pattern of impetuous behavior that was to cause him so much trouble later on. After this, Brendan was considered a man in IRA circles.
Who's Brendan Behan?
He's an author, like, and a playwright. Like, he's fucking famous in Ireland. Like,
Oh, okay. Oh, we have no fucking idea who you're talking about, bro. But he sounds fucking cool as shit.
13 years of age, like
we know Oscar Wilde, and that's like the end. We know Oscar Wilde, and that's like the end of it in America.
Oscar Wilde is a socialist as well, man.
Yeah,
Yep,
I mean, most people don't even know that he's Irish, though.
Yeah, Man and Socialism, or so. He has a pamphlet that he wrote called like Man and Socialism or Socialism.
That paper is
What is it?
brilliant.
Yeah,
the Man and Socialism. Yeah.
The excerpts of it. Yeah, absolutely. I've read that as well.
There was a book. I actually told my father. He said, "Man,
The Soul of Man Under Socialism."
He's a fucking poet.
Yeah, The Soul of Man Under Socialism. Yeah.
Yeah. When I told him my father, he said, "You better read Borstal Boy." Like, that's what he said. You better read it. Like, so, okay. That's play. Like, he's famous because it's like there's always that picture of him with a pint in his hand. Like, there's always pictures of him with pints in his hand.
So is your dad like down with this?
With me doing my politics?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, persuasive.
Persuasive. Is there as much of a stigma around the type of thing that you believe in Ireland? Like, I would assume it's not as much as in the United States, but like, is being a socialist or a communist a more accepted thing than you would say in other European countries, at least Western European countries?
Depends, like, like there's PPP, people for profit, and they're openly socialists, and they have members in parliament.
Player versus player.
Yeah, player versus player. I didn't know that.
So what you're saying to me is that like Ireland isn't currently conducting a bipartisan nominal denunciation of socialism that that spans across both of sides of the political aisle almost unanimously.
Yeah, they won't go around saying, denounce, oh, look, down with socialism and that sort of
Yeah.
stuff. Because, like, you know, there's people in the parliament. See, the
Yeah.
difference is that it's unlike the Democrats and Republicans, you have socialists in there, like, saying, can you shut the fuck up, please? You know, how can you say that? And then, you know, how can you say that when you're fucking passing housing policies that damage the working class, you bastards? And then you get, like, fucking, like, Micheál Martin says, well, I'm from a working class area. And I said, you're a class traitor, is what you are.
I'm saying, I don't know if you heard, but we just had that happen here in the United States. Like
I saw it.
okay, yeah.
Maxine
Fucking
Waters, this like 80-year-old woman, is getting grilled about like
I know.
denounce
She was
Stalin,
she's a
denounce Mao.
Stalinist. Yeah, she
what? What?
He's been dead for like 60 years now, 70, longer. I'm really bad at
you
math.
can calm down. Is Stalin in the room with you now?
He died 70 years
know,
ago.
It's crazy because like you're telling me all this stuff about like Irish politics and how like completely fucked it is, but like all we ever get are like those short snippets where they're like, you know, and you don't even have the balls to call it apartheid in Palestine.
Oh yeah, William Wallace. Yeah, I met him before. Yeah, he's sound enough. I know.
Yeah, that's a big thing that I wanted to bring up as well. There's a lot of support in Ireland for Palestine, correct? I follow a couple pages that are like Irish support groups for Palestinians.
Yeah.
And also, wasn't somebody pretty big up in your politics just recently, like openly, or does the state itself support? But the
state itself doesn't support Palestine. Like, for instance, we nearly got a vote passed to ban, like, you know, do proper fucking sanctions against, like, you know, ban the import of Israeli goods. But Simon Coveney found some loophole in the law and just overturned it. Like, that was a democratic mandate, and he just like, nah, fuck that. We need this. Fuck you. That's what can happen. That's what happened in Irish politics. Like, you know, there's be democratic mandates, it's just overturned. But there's in the general around the general population, there's great support. Like for 1 month, like they flew a Palestine flag at my city council.
Right.
For 1
right.
And then when that
might be what I do you think that
when Fidel Castro died, we had like big posters like Fidel Castro for Cuba, like in Dublin.
Hell
wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's weird. It's like what's this country up there? It's like you have like right wing government, but it's like you just
wait, hang on a second. You just said that like fucking 20 years ago you had a fascist government, but like
we have one.
Oh, you still have. Oh, right.
Fine Gael was fascist, like, but then they had to go like, you know,
like backpedal.
We need to exist, you know. You know, we can't just be like, you know, going around beating the shit out of people and being the Christian Front. You know,
see, we don't
£20,000.
We don't have that here. That sounds like you're thinking too far ahead. You know.
Wait. Oh yeah.
Our chuds just kind of are like in the moment, you know. They're pretty zen like that.
they're just out there on vibes.
Yeah, no, really
vibes.
Yeah.
Fianna Fáil. Oh god. Anyway, the two parties, the Finnish National Party, Justin Barrett, makes me laugh. I listen, you know, like sometimes you gotta, you know, sit down and like listen to 1 hour of just right wing prattling, you know.
Oh yeah.
Do you though?
I do that. I do that. And my friends are like, Nathan, how do you do that? My comrades were like, how do you just sit down for like 2 hours and just listen to this shit? And it's like,
bro, I can't even watch like a Johnny Harris video about U.S. coups without like losing my fucking mind.
I just laugh.
Did you see it yet?
No, I've never watched that stuff because it's like, here, look, I have my own craziness to deal with. You know,
Pat, did you watch it though?
No, I scrolled right past it. He has doesn't he have a Fred Hampton one too?
Let's go to the Telegram. Like, here we go. Like, oh, the mass hysteria. Like, oh no, black person is there. That sort of shit. All right, let's go with Dara Flaherty. He's from my city. Okay, he's a headbanger.
David, yes, you bring up an excellent point. That like I watched Left Flank Vets because that's like become my filter of how I watch domestic politics, because any other way is gonna just drive me insane. Like I'll be jumping out of a window.
You need to sit down and watch them. Like, you watch the Congress going on. If you watch what they fucking talk about, man, it's like, what dimension are you in? Seriously, they're
more concerned about Hunter Biden's fucking feral razorback than they are about, like, you know, their own constituents, right? The people they're supposedly supposed to be like fucking representing, just basically like starving to death, freezing to death in the fucking streets. It's madness.
Yeah, if
You
you
know?
were like to like send out a huge ray of like just Congress going on to like every single one of people's minds in the US, you know, they have to sit there and watch inside their head the TV of like Congress going on. They'd be like, oh my god, these guys are actually incompetent, so incompetent. What do
Oh,
they
they're
know?
all they're half of them are like born in what, like 1934 or something. Half of them are like fucking octogenarians.
And all of them are just doing like for performance. Imagine like
Right.
Majority Taylor Green. Like, you know, remember that Tucker Carlson fucking
The one that was fucking dressed like Emma Frost, you know, during the State of the Union. I don't know if you're an X-Men fan, but like she looks like a comic book character. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick for you.
I'd be on the phone to them. I say, do your fucking job. Like, you, like
Nah.
I can actually text or like message or email my fucking counselor. I say, why aren't you doing your
That's
fucking
wild.
job? Do your fucking job. Like, that's what you should be doing. Like, it's like you vote these people in, and all of a sudden, no communication. Imagine this. Like, how is that democracy like? You have to be able to communicate with your fucking, you know, with your elected representative. And if they're not coming to see you, like, you can point out these contradictions to people. Let's say, you voted for this guy. Have you ever talked to him? Oh, I like to listen to him. Yeah, I know I'm a Frost, yeah.
Well, you didn't say anything. I didn't know if you were.
Oh.
He dropped in the chat. Yeah.
Fucking. Yeah, so fucking.
I want to talk about the National Party, though. I want to talk about fucking Justin Barrett. I want to make fun of him, please.
Who's Justin Barrett? How do you spell his name?
Justin Barrett. He's a dwarf.
Justin
look him up.
Barrett.
He's tiny. Actually, look him up. Type in Justin Barrett milkshake, because I was in my city when that happened.
Oh, he was that guy?
Yeah, the milkshake, yeah.
I feel like I remember hearing about this like a while ago.
Yeah.
Oh, we got hit with the milkshake?
Yeah. McDonald's, one of the lads went over to the McDonald's, got a nice strawberry milkshake. That's in my city. I wasn't there that day. I was like, I was sent the video like just when it happened. Like, I was like, oh my god, I can't believe you did this. He's tiny.
How tiny is he?
He's fucking like tiny, like fucking.
Like, is he like 4'8"? Is he like Ben Shapiro sized?
Yeah, same height. And here's the thing. Here's a unique thing about him. Whenever he does public talks, he needs to be drunk.
Get the fuck out of here.
He's twisted drunk, man.
He's pulling a Yeltsin. He's just fucking hammered.
I'm not joking. Like,
get out of here.
They're coming. They're causing the housing crisis. All right, so the way the refugee crisis that's happening, it's not a crisis. We're managing it. It's not a crisis. It's a problem because of policy. That's it. It's state policy that's like, you're not opening up enough resources for these people, and you're putting these, you know, vulnerable individuals into areas that are already strained. So obviously you're going to get fucking Bob and be like, well, how come they're getting free housing? I'm struggling with €2,000 rent. The average rents in Ireland are outrageous. Like,
this is the kind of thing that happens in the United States as well, where you pit one marginalized group versus like another less marginalized group, but nowhere near like wealthy. And so it's like, you know, why are they getting welfare when I can barely make ends meet? You know, I'm just getting by enough to have a bunch of debt. That's it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't own anything but debt, but I'm not starving. And then these other people, and it's like, those are the two demographics getting pitted against one another. And these are the ones that are like voting in reactionary policies, who are the ones that you should actually be pointing the finger at, but they're looking at it as in like welfare leeches.
And with our state now at the moment, okay, these people are like taking action into their own hands. So like, there was this guy named Graham Carey, and he was like one of those far right lunatics that I'm like, wow, he's so hateful. Wow, so much hatred in the heart of this one. He called for violence against a Garda station, or on the Garda Síochána. He called like for incitement to hatred, and he was punished. Like, he got Like he's, you know what he does? He'll never be able to work nights, for example. 6 p.m. between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. He's to be at home. He has to go down to the cop shop twice a week to sign in. He is not allowed to have a smartphone. He is not allowed to be on social media. He is not allowed to go anywhere near a refugee center. The state has fucking ruined him. Like that's what happened. Like when you fuck with the Irish state, they will fuck you up like bang, like that.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Refusing injunctions, you could be in prison for a long time. There was that guy.
What is an injunction?
An injunction. So the way Ireland's legal system is odd. So like an injunction would be basically like the school will get an injunction, say like you must appear in court at such and such a date. And if you refuse to go,
okay, like a court date.
Yeah, if you refuse to go, you're in prison until you fucking decide. All right, are you gonna go to fucking court? There was this guy named Enoch Burke, and he called.
I'm sure that's what happens in the United States as well. If you miss a court date, you automatically get a bench warrant. Where whenever a cop sees you, if they run you and you have one of those warrants, you go right to jail.
Yeah, you go right to jail, but you can be there indefinitely. Like
well, in the United States, you either get bail, or if you're like considered like a flight risk, they can keep you in there indefinitely.
No, you will just flat out indefinitely.
No bail or nothing like that.
No bail. Good luck. Bye bye.
Wow.
No bail.
No bail. You just get an injunction. Like,
straight to jail.
I think that's how it works, because this guy was in fucking jail for like 110 days.
Wow.
And he was driving prisoners mad. Prisoners could not tolerate being in the same cell as him. He had to be isolated because he's a Christian fundamentalist, like evangelical. And imagine this lad, like what he did.
Everyone's just like, fuck you, dude.
He misgendered a student. He wouldn't call a student by their name.
This is like Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, calling them by their dead name. Like
I found a video. I found a video of Justin Barrett, Pat.
A video of Justin Barrett. I get fucking great. I get you a great one. Hang on, let me find one.
The drunk Justin Barrett on stripping Irish citizens of their citizenship.
Is that the one where he's like, is it
Jordan Peterson?
Yes,
that's the one. Watch it.
You ever hear Jordan Peterson just be like, and with the pronouns, I won't say it. If they arrest me, I'll not go to the court date.
I won't say it. If they arrest me, I won't go to the court date.
If they put me in prison, I'll go on a hunger strike. I won't do it.
Go to prison.
He's gonna pull a Bobby Sands.
There you go.
Yeah.
This is what he's like.
Oh.
And he's a Jew.
He's a Jew.
He has no right to do. And Hazel Chew has no right to do so. As she commented so recently on Twitter. Hazel Chew. When we emigrated to America during the famine, the Jews emigrated to America during the famine. Was there a potato blight in China?
Oh my God.
What?
That's the leader of the National Party.
There was. This is not her ancestral.
The great leader.
So she's an Irish citizen. I accept that. That is the law until we have the law in our own hands and we can change that.
The law in our own hands, boys.
She came down here essentially to catapult her candidacy for the next Doyle election.
What a disgrace!
What a disgrace! It's some Dublin, like. That's a Dublin, like, thing. What a disgrace! Alright, there's a woman there. Restore Gemma's YouTube channel. Sip to.
And still.
Alright, so you've seen a poster on the back, Gemma. Her name, Gemma O'Doherty, okay? We nickname her God because she's fucking insane. She was, we have mask mandates for the buses.
As you should, yes.
As you should. You wear your fucking mask.
Yes.
But if you wear a mask, it's fucking slavery. That sort of stuff. It's like, okay. Wearing a brass.
They call them muzzles here. They say you're wearing a muzzle.
Yeah, sure. Fuck yeah.
Some kind of cheap bah.
just encourage them to wear a plastic bag over their head and duct tape around it.
Yeah, make sure it's nice and tight.
Yeah. So she was told wear a mask, and she was like, no, I'm not wearing a mask and blah blah blah. makes a video. She called the Dublin bus service a satanic cabal.
Love it.
Listen,
Love
man,
it.
Listen,
Love it.
you might. I see you burying your head in your hands. This is just the rhetoric that I have
Dude.
just become accustomed to. I
Yeah.
hear this almost every day of my life. That
Whatever
this
the
is a
Americans
satanic
say.
cabal of blood drinking pedophiles. That's just such regular. That makes it to the world. That makes it to the kitchen table of politics in the United States almost on a daily basis.
Nathan, have you heard of this guy called Matt Gaetz?
Matt Gaetz. I know Matt Walsh.
No,
Matt
sir.
Walsh.
Have you heard
I
of
just
Matt
watched-
Gaetz?
Show me.
He got busted for like trying to traffic a teenager across state lines.
Oh.
He's still a serving, standing, like, well, what is it, congressman or whatever? Like, yeah, dude, no, he's not going to jail. He's not, nothing's happening to him.
It depends on the just see the Dublin public transport is pretty bad. Excuse me, but the Lewis is great, and there's only like 2 bus lines I will not go on in Dublin, and they go to very obvious right here. It's like, hey, Nate, it would be one of the comments is coming up tomorrow. And he's from Dublin. He'd just be like telling me like, oh, Nate, dog, just I want to get like a load of Americans and put them on the 14 bus out to some area out in Dublin. Why can I not remember this fucking area? I've been to it 4 or 5 times, and I just want to get them the real Irish experience. It's just like, it's like one of those like instances where it's like someone will just like sit down and just like fucking stick a needle up there and like that, or fucking whatever weird stuff. He pleaded guilty to 6 federal crimes. Identity theft, stalking, wire fraud. Oh man, this guy.
Bro, he was just at the State of the Union, bro.
Oof. Is he a Republican?
Yeah, well, yeah. Are you kidding me? Like,
oh yeah, the Republican Party. We're the party of pro-life.
oh yeah, that's right. You got like a whole different Republican thing going on. See, I think that like for anybody watching this like later on down the line after we post it to YouTube eventually or whatever.
Oh, the leap card is fucking brilliant, man. I use the leap card for everything. I'm going after this guy Baldwin.
You got to remember that like
you forget to tap off. That's why. When you tap on, you need to tap off. Sorry.
What?
We have for public transport, like for buses, trains, and all that sort of stuff. We have a card. You just top it up. And
what, the Oyster card, or is that? Do you guys have a different?
It works a similar way, yeah. So we have public transport, but he's going on about the Lewis, so you can just tap on the Lewis, and then once you're at your destination, you have to tap off. And he says, "I just hated the leap card system. You forgot to tap off."
If you forget to tap off, do they charge you the full price?
They charge you the full price.
Yeah, that's like if you go through a toll. You know how you like there's some tolls where you have to get the ticket at the first one, and then when you go through the second one, they check I don't know if it's the same. If they have this in Ireland, but
yeah, we have toll booths. Yeah.
What?
So we have toll booths as well. So yeah,
but I don't know if they have this system. So like sometimes it depends where you get on.
They'll hand you a physical ticket.
They hand you a physical ticket. Yeah, and then as you're wherever you're getting off,
no, you're still driving down the highway.
There's the highway.
Bro, we
so as you get on the highway, you go through a booth and you get a little ticket that says where you got it. And then when you get off the highway, you hand the person the ticket, and then they can say, okay, you got on at exit 6 or on ramp 6 or whatever. So they can calculate how long you've been driving on it and how much to charge you. But if you lose it or don't get it or something like that, they charge you the full price, like whatever the maximum is for driving on that road.
Have you ever been to the U.S., Nathan?
I have. I was there.
This is just a New Jersey.
It was insane.
Maybe this is just a New Jersey thing. I don't know if this is the rest of the country.
No, Pat, our system of tolls is literally
correctly positioned me in New Jersey.
Actually, one of my good friends is actually from New Jersey. She's always like coffee. I get my
really
coffee. Yeah,
cup of coffee.
What's her name?
She hasn't lived in America for a long time. So last 7 years.
All right,
but she is from New Jersey. No, I won't say her name because she's like.
All right, what part of New Jersey? Fine. What part of New Jersey?
I got an easy pass now.
I never fucking bothered to ask. It's like New Jersey. That's it.
You got to understand.
Yeah, Red Falcon. I got an easy pass. Or should I say my girlfriend has?
I think she mentioned like some places she used to go to there last day. I was just like, is this one ear or out the other?
What was it called?
I said it was in one ear and out the other ear. Sorry.
Fucking damn it! All right, so here's the thing, Nathan. Right, New Jersey is a lot like Yugoslavia. It's a country. It's a state within a country that is a lot like a number of smaller countries within it, in that like we have so many different um kinds of societies that live within our borders. We have like, the people of the mountains up north. We have the people of like, the urban cities, right? Of various levels of
and
poverty.
Florida just exists.
Yeah, then we have the shore. Yeah. No, we're all
Right.
talking about
We also have multiple kinds of shore, because you can't tell me that like the shore down in like, fucking Atlantic City is the same kind of shore that
or
like
Cape May.
Wildwood or Asbury. Like those are like four completely
May.
entirely different, or Cape May, that are all completely different like communities. And then you have the Pineys down in the south, right? And then you've got Trenton.
Unfortunately, Camden does now have cops, but for a couple glorious years, if you were a heroin addict in 2009 to 2013, Camden was the place to be. It was just paradise. Have you ever seen like The Wire, or like with like Amsterdam?
Yeah.
It was a lot like that for a couple of years. If you were going to be out there, with a drug problem, those were the years. Let me tell you.
If you were
just
coincidentally in areas with no cops, the crime rate is low.
If you were if you were stopped at a red light, a cop would probably pull up to you and be like, "What are you doing? Keep going."
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've heard New York is just a new.
No. Newark, not New York. Newark.
Oh.
But Newark isn't like that. Newark, you'll probably get pulled over. But like Camden's like, nah, bro, keep going. What are you doing? Why you stopped at this red light? You waiting for somebody?
There was this weird thing we had in work, because like there's a couple of Americans that work in our job, and one of them was from Long Island, and
oh god, Long Island.
In a derogatory sense, we just said that he was from Rhode Island, because like there's some weird fact is that there's like a concentration of people who are gay like lives in Rhode Island, so they just kept saying he's from Rhode Island, you're from Rhode Island. He's like, fuck you, man, I'm not gay. I'm a man. I'm like, just find ways to whine. You're working in a factory with mostly men.
Yeah,
you're gonna get bored, and I try to avoid all the misogyny shit. I was like, oh god,
yeah.
And then it just gets.
You think you're dealing with misogyny, dude? I'm dealing with dudes that are like just getting out after like 10 years in like a federal prison. You know what I mean? Like try.
Yeah, it's like it's a lonely situation. That's
you got to meet them where they're at, and like some dudes after spending like 10 years in the clink, it's gonna change how they view a lot of things. You know what I mean? Not exactly the most progressive politics are coming out of U.S. prisons.
Nope, they wouldn't educate them on that. They're not fucking educate them on anything. Yeah, it's that one situation.
Do you guys have prisons?
We do have prisons. Yeah, that's one of them. I mentioned Mountjoy prison.
Yeah, but I thought that was like in the 70s. I thought you guys would have gotten rid of all that shit.
No, it's and then there's one. It's
because by the way, that didn't look like a prison. That looked like a concentration camp.
Yeah, they just tend to look like that. That what you were looking at was Lonkesh.
Yeah,
you didn't get a proper Joy. Yeah, Mountjoy is like that. Like we have old prisons. Like Mountjoy is like fucking ancient.
From like the time of like an Irish counted as like two-thirds of a person or something.
Yeah, Britain occupation. Sure, there's a cathedral that's near me. That used to be a prison. Yeah. And
wow.
What's the other prison? I'm trying to think of. There's one. My friend says that's where they keep all the nonsense. The nonsense. Yeah, the nonce. All the nonsense are in there. Right beside Connolly's grave. He's fucking spinning in it. Don't know. It's a joke. All right. I'm hitting in around the name. That's why I'm doing all these references, because I could see the memorial. It's fucking massive. It's the 1916 proclamation as well.
1916 proclamation memorial?
Yeah. It's in Dublin, but don't bother typing that in because you're going to see loads of them. What's the prison called? How do you get rid of the full screen on this? Yeah.
Arbor Hill Prison.
Arbor Hill Prison, that's what it's called. Arbor Hill. And you just walk around the back. Right? Walk around the back. Big graveyards, big plaque, all that sort of stuff. And funny enough, I found like a bunch of fucking lilies that was like really shitty put together. And like on it was like the true president of Ireland card. When his number, fax, email.
What?
Yeah, it's like the true president of Ireland. It said on it. It's his phone number, email, fax, all that sort of stuff. I was half tempted.
His Instagram.
Yeah, I think so. I was half tempted to ring it. I was like, I'm gonna ring this number.
You should.
Actually, funny enough, my one of my comrades, he got an email from one of the vice governors of Mountjoy Prison, asking for a signed copy of his book, Learning Behind Bars: How Prisoners Shape the Peace Process. And he had read the book, and then he emailed him again and says, "Do you want a tour of the prison?"
Wow.
Is this still like an active prison?
Arbor Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Oh, fuck that! No, what the fuck? Yeah. Wait, I thought this was like a historic site. You're telling me this is like a modern prison right now? Oh my god!
That's modern prison. Yeah.
Holy shit! I just bit the fuck out of my lip. Holy shit!
Yeah, it's a lovely building anyway. It's lovely to look at.
Yeah, no, it's
that's what it looks like when you walk past it. It's unassuming, isn't it?
Yeah,
kind of. It looks like a set for like a Netflix time period show or something.
Yeah, it's like it's like something Wednesday. Wednesday should have been shot in there. It's like you come in, and it's like this is you want schools. This is a real prison. Foucault said so. On it.
Wow. I don't think this is the panopticon that like Foucault was talking about.
Yeah. Actually, one of my comrades, he makes a critique of the subject within the prison of Foucault's concept in his book. And it's actually really interesting because it's like Foucault's political subject just couldn't work with political prisoners, so to speak.
I mean, like, I'm not a huge fan of Foucault, so like by all means, if you're going to criticize him,
you should read him. Everyone should read everyone. I know you don't like to. It's like, he's not true, he's not real Marxist, and it's like you should read anything because it's useful.
Actually, you want to know what? Here, this is what I'm getting at. What's your opinion on that guy, Gabriel Rockhill?
Who's he?
He's that guy that just did that like takedown piece of Zizek that like was buzzing across Twitter for a little bit on the Twitter left.
I haven't a clue.
Okay.
No clue.
What's your opinion of Zizek?
Hit or miss. So hit or miss. It's like...
Personally, I think he's like kind of an op at this point.
He has interesting insights, like a lot of things, but he's some of his political opinions. He's anti-trans, and I just can't accept that. And like,
see, for a hot minute,
he's an old man. I just got the way I put it like this. He's an old school old man, communist, this sort of stuff. Like, there's one guy I know. He's anti-imperialist in Ireland, and like, he's like been in it for a long time. And it's like you get those lads are just stuck in their politics and they're not moving out of it.
Here's where I'm gonna disagree with you. I think that like that kind of patience can be given to someone like Norman Finkelstein. Do you know Norm?
I do.
All right, so Norman Finkelstein hasn't had like an academic job in like close to 10 years now, if not
his
more.
Career was ruined. Like
his career was ruined,
prick.
Right? And like, where else is he going to get that kind of cultural diffusion where like culture is moving, right, and growing in terms of like having the kind of growth towards creating a space for people, right, that are trans, non-binary, right, stuff like that. And I can understand him after not being in that
and get slated for like having a, maybe just have a good, maybe just read, maybe
He's alone in his house all day for the last like 10 years. You know,
I know
work.
I meant by Finkelstein, but I meant for the Zizek. It's like just read these type of people and it'll be fine. And it's like you can just say, yeah, you have shit politics. Yeah, I actually like your sublime object. You know, I like that.
It's something that he wrote like 30 years ago, sure. But like, you know, now, no, I'm sorry. It's like for a dude,
he's too lazy to watch The Matrix. There you go. That's one thing. That's one criticism. He's too lazy to watch The Matrix. And
the man literally writes 300 pages about an anecdotal conversation he had 10 years ago. Like, and applies it to something that is entirely unrelated. And like, I'm at a point now where it's just like, you know what? No, fuck him. All right. Fuck Zizek. I'm over it. Dude ran as a fucking Lib Dem, you know, when Slovenia had its elections. He could have run as a communist, right?
He's like one of those. What's on the other end of the tunnel?
But what is that? What is at the other end of the tunnel?
It's when in Dante's Inferno, it's like when you go climb over the devil. You know, is it salvation or is it a train?
When Dante is in hell with Virgil and he comes upon his mother being foisted upon by Satan in the 6th level of hell. What else can he do but to stop the arousal of his mother being?
Great story for you because my one of my comrades went to a Shisha conference before.
Yeah,
there's a twist to this. Okay, his roommate was a fucking weirdo. So
really,
initially, because my friend was like, I'm interested in this topic. I want to go to see this guy. So he said I book a ticket to Amsterdam and I'll go. And he kind of let it drop that he was going to Amsterdam or something like that to see this Zizek conference.
Right.
And the roommate was like, "Oh, I'll come with you."
Okay.
My friend was like, "No, I don't want you with me." You know, my
I have to go alone.
No,
he didn't even mention the Zizek thing. He was like, "Oh, I'm going with my girlfriend," that sort of stuff. And then he had to kind of like go on a slide. But what did the guy do? All right. So my friend is over there with another friend of his, and they're both interested in going to see Zizek. Okay. And a few days into the trip in Amsterdam, they see the fucking roommate comes up to him. "Ha! I caught you lying. You were not with your girlfriend."
What the
public show of him in the middle of fucking the street, and my friend can't handle embarrassment well, and he was just in shock and terror at this guy. Like, what the fuck is happening? The guy hadn't slept for 3 days because he kept missing the flights to Amsterdam.
What?
This guy was a chronic hoarder, and he tried to get the maximum out of everything. So like he'd be like last minute for the bus. Like he'd missed the bus twice or something like that, just because he just couldn't wait like 2 minutes at the bus station. And the bus is outside the apartment.
So did he even see the Zizek thing?
Do you know what happened? He went to the conference and he fell asleep on the 2 chairs while Zizek was talking.
No.
I swear to God. That's why that's the main reason why I have a soft spot, is because whenever I think of Zizek, I think of this like weird Polish guy falling asleep on the floor because he hadn't slept for 3 days.
So
stalking my friend at a conference, and he's like, my comment is like, I'm trying to get a serious opinion about this guy, but this fucking creepy roommate of mine is like, Zizek is just talking, and this guy is just like,
he's just talking about, like, you know, the Zen writer. He talked about how it is actually the bullet leaving the gun, and the whole universe is moving around for the bullet to enter the other innocent man.
It's like, okay, what's wrong with him? And it's like,
Zizek talking about how like war crimes actually aren't that bad, or some other fucking insane like take that is just so unhinged.
He's a left Hegelian. That's that sort of stuff.
Okay, first of all, no. First of
all,
that's
what he calls himself.
I don't care what he calls himself.
Like, I'm not going to say left Hegelianism is good. It's just like you have a historical idealist conception of history. It's just nonsense. Go away.
Didn't in the debate with Jordan Peterson, didn't Jordan Peterson say something to him like, "Oh, you're a very strange Marxist," and he goes like, "I'm more of a Hegelian than I'm a Marxist." Like, he even kind of like,
Yes.
like, the
That was
debate that he was supposed to be at
shit.
because he's a Marxist, he kind of was like, "No, I'm not actually a Marxist," and
He's
said it
more
right on that show.
Lacanian than anything else because his ideas are completely disconnected from a material analysis.
Lacan is actually useful as well in the sense that you can't, there's multiple different angles that you can come at things.
I
So,
still no. I think that Lacan's like a right wing grifter. I think that Lacan, like, he didn't even support the student movements until like way late in the fucking game.
But you can still read like
I
Lacan
had-
and take some good aspects out of it. Like, I know this where there's good elements that you might learn like here and there. Like, I'm only trying to. I'm being like, I'm not like saying like, oh yeah, these guys are absolutely brilliant, you should go with it. I'm encouraging. I don't want people see. I was deterred from like reading subjects that I was like, do not read that, do not
Right.
read this, do not read that, do not read this, and it made me like, it really fucked with me, like, because like I said, like, when I went on that, like, I nearly went on that Maoist road. Where it's like, if you're not a fucking true blood revolution, you're nobody. Like I remember, like, I treat some of my friends like shit, like, just because my politics was so imposing on them that they just didn't want to hang around with me anymore.
Right. But if it comes down to me, like, kind of like what Sebs is saying in chat, if it's 400 pages about desire, right, versus like 400 pages that I could be reading like Vine Deloria Jr., or I could be reading like, literally like anything else, or I could be reading stuff like this, or I could be reading like 1,000-page book on Nietzsche by fucking Lacerdo, right? It kind of like, you only have so much time to read so much, you know what I mean?
But
He's like,
here's the thing: we live long lives. Like I'm reading John Melier, and he's boring. John Melier is like, he was an atheist and he was a priest, and then you go into Fourier. Like, Fourier is insane. Fourier is fucking out of his mind.
Here's an example, right? How about fucking we were talking about Stalin earlier, right?
Yeah.
What about like stuff like
You're talking about Stalin there, correct?
like John what's his name? Fisher.
Mark Fisher.
Mark Fisher.
Yeah.
That was writing in Capitalist Realism about like Stalinist bureaucracy.
That book, like that's a good book, but however, like,
it is.
I noticed this. He sets up an analysis. Right. He's going through it, and then all of a sudden he gets to the Soviet Union, and then he just stops. It's like, it's like a spit in the eye when it comes to like, when he applies the method and analysis that he was building up, and he doesn't do it the same. He doesn't give it the same credit to the Soviet Union. It's been a while now since I've read that book. It's about 6 years, and then I try rereading it again, and then I was like, because I was mostly rereading it because with Mark Fisher there was like he's evil opposite would have been Nick Land, because they worked in the same department together. Nick Land was like on speed, and then all of us and writing like weird stuff, but one of my comrades is, he has the patience to go through all that sort of stuff, and it's like we'd be sitting down and be watching a fucking film, and it's just like globs of color, and I'm like, I have to be drunk watching it, and I just roll over, and why are we fucking watching like philosophy, Nick? Philosophy. It's like
Nick Land is like the ideological, like, what would you call it? Like foundation for what the alt-right is today, right?
Accelerationism. Like, he proposed that notion of acceleration, was big into him for a while. And that's why when one of my comrades was like, right, I better get into Nick Land because I want to read him. Because one of my other comrades had read everything by Mark Fisher, but nothing by Nick Land. And just for a laugh, one of my comrades said, I'll try and read everything by Nick Land and see where we come in between the middle.
Like, people try and act as if what's his name? The guy that got punched in the face, right? The alt-right guy.
Spencer.
Spencer. People try to act as if like he's like a big proponent of like the modern contemporary like alt-right, right?
No, like even alt-right people I've talked to, he's like,
I would say that even more so than Danzig, Matt, I would say that Opie and Anthony and Nick Land are like, you know, the two sources that you could go to, right? And you will have a perfect understanding of where the contemporary like right-wing movement is today. You laugh, but like, dude, I swear to God, man, go back and look at some Opie and Anthony clips, right? And I swear to God, like it's all right there, man.
even with Tucker Carlson, like Tucker Carlson had this guy on, and it's going to be a while now before I remember his name. And like, he tried to give like
The guy who got what?
a step-by-step alternative history on the development of the French republics. Okay?
Right.
And that's an important thing with the alt-right. You need an alternative history. You
Right.
know, with any
With any right-wing fascist thing, it needs like a Volkish, like made up history to look back on, a revisionist history to look back on and be like, things were so good.
You need one. All you need to do is get them started on one thing and then lead them into another in steps.
Yeah.
Like, I was listening to a podcast with Justin Barrett on it. It's Justin Barrett was doing a talk, and he was saying all the quiet things out loud. I think he was drunk again during that podcast or interview, whatever it was. And he's like contradicting himself. And he said, you know, if I can get people to believe that the cost of living crisis is not a cost of living crisis, but an inflation crisis, and that the housing crisis is not a housing crisis, it's an immigration crisis, I can get them to believe anything.
Exactly.
That was a very important thing. Like, it is, yeah. It's about myth. It's about building up mythologies, and once you get done building up with mythologies. Now, to be fair, we do it on the left mainly because it's a defensive thing in terms of historiography, and it's like, right, we need to be able to confidently come forward and like admit mistakes without, you know, trying to just justify some things in a way. Like let's say, for instance, like I had a discussion with one of the comrades about an armed wing and a political party. Like, you're contesting elections and you also have an armed wing. That's like the state is not going to accept that. Like, and there was like weird to see in Ireland. Like, we have just like, there's decades of that discussion and practice that a lot of people in the US just do not have.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much, like, I could like if it was just me and my 5 comrades now, if I had like 5 or if I had 2 or 3 of my other comrades sitting in here and we were just talking, like, and we were just talking about, like, let's say historical, like, you know, how we work with councils and how we like worked, you know, with the armed wing and all that sort of stuff. It's really difficult and hard. Like, it's like you get like some people then, well, what about Stalin? And you just like, you look at you like, shut the fuck up, will you? You know, we're talking about fucking real politics here. Can you like not bring in the history for a while? Like, if you're going to talk about history, like, talk about, like, let's say the Duma in the 1917. And there is a book, I have it, about like contesting politics. But it's like, when I get like people bring in like history like that and throw off conversation, it wrecks my head. But when it comes like back again, sorry, to the contesting of politics and the army and stuff like that, like, one of my comrades was like, he's just said to me, like, man, I like was talking with before in the 90s with one of the army councils, like, and he told me this was like the adjutant general, like, you know, I don't think the IRA is going to be existing in 10 years. You know, do you think the IRA is going to exist in about 5 years' time? And he laughed, like, what are you on about? Like, you know, nonsense. And then like a few years later, then like the IRA is gone, like,
yeah,
commissioning its arms, and and Sinn Féin is like, it was like a coup, like, within the party. And then you had all the numerous splits that resulted after, like, you know, the continuity IRA, the real IRA, you know, whatever, fucking different. Oh, let's go the Maoist way. Let's go, like, no, we'll go join the Social Democrats. We'll go do this, do that. Like,
how are you gonna do protracted People's War in fucking Ireland?
protracted people tour. I've had people say that to me.
How? Are you going to go out to like the Irish countryside and like, just set up camp amongst like the sheep out in the fields and
hopefully
shit?
the peasants, the sheep are the ocean that the gorilla swims in, or whatever Mao said.
Like
Yeah.
what?
It's isolation. When you go for armed wing, you isolate yourself from the people immediately politically. Unless
Yes.
you're like, oh look, I have my political party, and then like you go into it. Like we had when like one of my comrades was in PvP and he was having conversations with John Molyneux. Like John Molyneux turned around and said to him, do not talk with them lads from the IRG, like they're Republicans, like they're with the IRA. And then my friend then just like straight up asked like one of the comrades, are you like with the IRA? And I'm like, no, because like armed struggle ended with the GFA. We have there's no way forward in terms of armed struggle just because of how the legislation and how the system is functioning now at the moment. There's no fucking going forward.
So this take that came up before, people being able to do a dialectical and historical materialist analysis on their own should be more important than reading books about theory. Like I've met people who only quote stuff but never use their own brain, and I feel like that should be a red flag. And that's kind of like why we're so history heavy on here and why we're called Subversive History, is because like I feel like examining history and a lot of like what we read would probably be considered revisionist history, but I feel like having a materialist historiography based like history or understanding of that history is gonna leave you a little bit more, not per se intellectually armed to look at like current geopolitical events, right? But you're at least going to be able to like, I don't know.
Like there's a reason like I got a bit defensive with all the other people, all different authors. It's like we're trying to find ways to break through. Like we're trying to look at everything from every angle. It's so hard. Like I've been like we're hoping maybe in the next year or two in my area, because we're growing. Like we have about maybe 15 members. And then I'm trying to like, right, I want to work on the trade union angle. So I want to get like build up the branch, and we have serious funding, like 20 grand or something like that in the bank. And I want to be able, I want to use this funding to build more of a unionized influence in the city, as well as, work with getting the party politics and making breakthroughs. Like one of my ideas that's actually taken off really well is there's a bridge being built and across the river from, the cathedral, and it's a cycleway. And I came up with this notion. I was looking at that and I said, oh wait, they're going to build this bridge, but they haven't named it. And I said, I want that named, and I want it named after Julia Morrissey. Julia Morrissey was the captain of Cumann and the commander of Cumann in Galway and Galway County. We put that in, as that sort of stuff. And the city council has gone fucking mad, because what they wanted to do, see, there's a revision. There is a revision of what's the word? Retrodiction. Probably be a better word. The retelling of history, like. So they do not want Republican history to be remembered. So
Gotcha.
the one thing they'll concede, all right, you have the Wolf Tone Bridge. That's it. But I'm like, why don't we have a bridge named after a woman named Julia Morrissey at the other side? Fought for Ireland's liberation struggle. And she has a tragic story. Oh, she was like the best fucking pick ever, like. Not because it was just tragic. She has links to the history. Like she's like, we have a statue there for Liam Mellows. Liam Mellows is a socialist Republican, right in the middle of our square. That statue, yeah, and you'll have far right protesters coming up. Oh, I want to fucking do like this sort of thing. And that's like, have you ever read any of his fucking writings, man? That fella's a fucking communist, like. And you're going on saying, oh, he's just a Catholic. Yeah, he's maybe a Catholic, but he also wanted to abolish private property. Goes against everything you want to defend. And so, like, you look for angles like that, and you look for ways, like, let's say, bring in the Irish language and all that sort of stuff. That happened because we said, I say this, I'll read fucking anyone. Because, like, LaRouche, the book there I got for LaRouche, he's actually a clever guy. He's managed to fucking make he made a show of the CPUSA and the Democrats, nearly on his own. Like, you can't downplay that, and you can just like look at some of the strategies. And I say only look at some of the strategies, but it's like, how did they work his media? The media angle is where I would go with him, because
You say media, I say propaganda.
Yeah, you say media, I say political prisoner, you say terrorist. But yeah, I just like looking. I was like looking at it, like how he was able to like fucking bully people, but I'd be like, in Ireland, the Workers' Party nearly stacked like news media for years. Like, it was just unknown. Like, it was like RT. There's communists in there.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah.
Pat, do you remember like when Haas first came out and how like it was like a little bit just a scotch like exciting? Like, I don't know if this dude's politics are legit. I kind of hope that we do have somebody that's like an aggressive, like, left wing guy that like takes no shit.
Well, and it's just good to see somebody breaking onto and like chastising the quote unquote bread tube scene.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, not just like, focusing on conservatives, but airing out the Vosches and the Xander Halls and all these people and being like, this is ridiculous, and then, once it got about an inch deeper than that, I was like, oh, great. Never mind.
It was good. Like, that's what I found entertaining. And then I felt like, after a while, the aggressiveness becomes counterproductive.
Yeah.
And then I started learning. When I
saw the thing, it's like the first thing I saw was like in some random group that I've been in on Facebook, somebody posted the link. Tanky destroys Vaush in a debate, and I was like, all right, let me see if and then I was disappointed to hear him just essentially just screaming the whole time with no real effective critique or points made, just pretty much like screaming and I guess implying that he would beat him up or that he was effeminate or something like that. And I was like, oh, never mind. I was kind of excited that there was actually some substantive Marxist-Leninist critique of Vaush and maybe made him look foolish on a couple things on his perspectives, but none of that really transpired. You kind of just made yourself look ridiculous yelling and not really saying anything.
Yeah, it was utterly uninformed. Like, I remember I could maybe sit down and listen to that talk for like 2.5 hours, and then I can like discern, what way does he go about doing things? Like, he'll say like, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. All right, fair enough. Right, you can accept that premise, and then he'll be like,
so I can buy child porn, and like that's his conclusion from that or something.
He can spin like, just like, if there's one part that's wrong, I can avoid hypocrisy because I have already accepted it as I've already accepted that there's no ethical consumption anywhere, like, and no ethical form of production anywhere, and he's out. He does that, like, even like let's say you see the clips of him, like, let's say quote mind, and like if you see you might say something like fucked up, and then when you watch the full context, it's like the full context is way more important, because it's like, this is political spin, and and a lot of the time, what I actually think? I actually think that the inflammatory quotes you see are actually put up by his own fan base or him, to make him look popular, because then you can just go, oh, look at the full context, and it's like, you can be like nearly fall in for his fucking flawed logic, and it's like, I don't fall for that. I'm not falling for that shit.
Is Vouch really?
It's been a while now since I've actually like sat down and just like, right, I want to listen to what Vaush has to say.
Is Vaush popular in Ireland?
It's hard for me.
No, not really. No, I wouldn't see it. If I'd be something in the wild now, I'd be like, like I've met a Posadas in the wild, like,
wow,
Posadas, like UFOs type of shit. Like,
yeah, no, I know. I kind of hope that like Red Falcon is the start of something new, where I hope that like the real, like, how would you call it, like the real edge, right? The next like wave of like hardcore left wing isn't just like ML, but like anti-colonial or decolonial in nature, because I feel like that element has kind of it's one of those things where I don't even think I really what's the word? I don't think I ever really interrogated my ideas around colonialism or decolonial like thought until relatively recently in terms of my like, you know, political growth, you know what I mean? Or haven't really heard too much about it. Remember? I don't know if you remember the days in like early 2016 where like Chapo Trap House was like the big
yeah.
fucking thing, and like, you know, that was the dirtbag lefty bro thing that would kind of ironically talk about like the Soviet Union, but like not really support it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then like we tend to explode and then reform to new forms like this. Left and like the left are in our social circles, anyways. Like because we are, well, communists in particular. Like we're a niche group, and sometimes when we create new content, we're like, it's the same fucking group we're like catering into. Like for instance, like I'll see a Prager, I'll be scrolling through Twitter, and for some reason the algorithm decides, hey, look, you want to look at PragerU content? Yeah, sure. I fucking love PragerU. Like,
Oh,
and
you know why though, right? The algo on Twitter and in YouTube, it doesn't differentiate between far left and far right.
so I get
It
that shit on my screen. Like, it's
it
great.
that's why, because like to the YouTube and Twitter algorithm, right? It sees like PragerU and like, you know, Hakeem as like the same thing,
Damn.
right? Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why.
it's the main reason for that is just to keep you engaged to the screen. Like they don't really care. Like,
That
like
too.
most companies don't care. Oh yeah, we sell your data. We don't give a shit. Just stay on. Just
Yeah.
keep
Stop
watching.
using the program. Stop using the app. Just stop using it. You don't like
Just
it, then?
just find another app.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, they sell your data too. Like, you know, maybe I'm the right. They sell your data too. And it's like you go onto a questionable site and you're like, oh shit, they swiped everything off me, and then they sell it to that company.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, no, we
Exactly.
didn't actually steal your data. We bought it for somewhere for a few cents. Like
Yeah,
there's
we
an
purchased
archive.
it or something.
Yeah, they purchased data, man. Like one of my comrades, he works in like this tech company, and metadata now is a big thing. And there's like a big archive being formed now. I'm trying to remember the name of it. See, bad with names. So it sounds like I'm talking shit. But I'm actually not talking shit. I just bad with names. But like there's this big meta archive now that's been set up where it's like a collection of like people's data that have already been sold and purchased. And it's mostly acquired through porn sites or mostly acquired through phone apps and all that sort of stuff, because as soon as you come along, they just like sell your data straight away. An example
Yeah.
of this, he pulled off the shelf the book Data and Goliath, and talked about how there was this ISIS guy, and he turned off his VPN for 1 minute to play Angry Birds. Within 7 minutes, there was a
Angry
predator
Birds. Okay,
strike.
yeah.
There was a predator strike at his position. He was killed in 7 minutes after opening the app. What happened
What?
was that, yeah, Angry Birds sold his data, and the the CIA managed to get a hold of it, but
Within one game, within one sitting of Angry Birds.
within 1 second. So what happened was that it pinged off the tower, and then it pinged off every other like phone in the vicinity that had his contacts in it, matched it up with any database that they had. Then they sold the data, and then the NSA was just like, because they always farm data, and it's like, oh look, this is handy,
We got him.
and they blew them up.
Well, I mean, like,
my data is already sold already. Like, I know what I'm gonna get. Like,
I mean, that's kind of like in Ukraine with like the Redditor like brigades that kept going over to fight with the Azov, right?
yeah,
They couldn't help but take a selfie, post it on Reddit, and within like 10 minutes, all gone.
There was one fucked up one where this guy proposed to a girl, and a few minutes later, they were blown up.
What?
Yeah, there was one of the mercenaries. Yeah, few of the mercenaries. Guy proposed in the company, and they blew him up because the camera. That's how cyber warfare works.
I mean, like, this
And
is
it
also
mainly started off by just like, all right, I want to be able to build an algorithm of, like, let's say, I might watch Fair City and someone else might watch Fair City, and then you just cater products to it.
See, now this is like the kind of shit where like I wish that David Brooks was still alive, or Michael Brooks, sorry.
Yeah.
I wish he was still alive for like this era of like drone warfare and like, internet like being weaponized in such a way as it has. But
Yeah, it's
Shit.
when I look at that, oh, it's terrible, but then I look at it, then it's like, in a socialist state, I'm 100% using that. Fuck yeah, because it's like inexpensive. You
Let
just have a fleet of drones.
let this be a lesson, right? Let his death be a lesson to everybody here, right? And anybody watching.
Get a little treadmill in front of your desk.
Get a little treadmill in front of your desk. Make sure you get up and you walk around, very often. All right. That's how you if you're sitting all day writing books and doing shows and, writing articles and stuff, don't trust doctors, David. Yeah. There you go. All right. Get your steps in. All right. Prevent like a blood clot from forming and killing you.
Yeah, just go straight to the brain. Sweet release.
I don't think so. No, I don't think he would have lived out by now. I think honestly, I feel like Majority Report would probably be even more a little bit hard, a little bit like what's the word? A little harder around the edges, a little bitier,
I actually have to go.
I know.
I'm busy tomorrow. I have to do my activism.
Dude, yeah.
Nathan, thank you so much.
Posters.
Nathan, we didn't even expect to hold you hostage this long. I thought you were
Yeah.
going to dip after an hour or two.
Fuck that. I was having too much fun.
I know you said that I know you said you're doing a lot for your union and with your own activism. We have like, a very marginal format platform over here.
If you ever want to go
if there's anything that you ever want to play weekend, we'll absolutely.
Next time, if you ever want me on next time, if you ever want me to just go on talk about union stuff, like no problem.
Absolutely.
It's the first time.
Yeah, let's set something up in the future because this has been awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, it was great talking with you guys. I had a good fucking fun time. Like.
Yeah, we turned an OBS fucking disaster into I'd say a pretty good fucking
Bob Ross moment. There's no mistakes, only happy accidents.
Only happy accidents.
Right.
Happy little
Nathan.
accidents.
I better go.
All right.
Good night,
Thank you so much. We'll be in touch with you. Okay.
Right, good luck. Bye.
Bye.
Later. Bye.
And thank you, Falcon, for introducing us to your friend.
Sebs, I'm trapped in the call.
I'm sorry, Sebs. I mean, like, is there any other place that you'd want to be right now? Oh, go ahead.
No, I don't think that.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
That was me. I'm around. I don't think I was.
Okay. Let me.
We can. I can't even talk. I feel so bad because I'm exhausted and I'm yawning, but it's literally what the time in Ireland is 3 a.m.
Jesus
and I'm sitting
Christ.
here. It's 10 o'clock. I'm like, fuck, I'm getting so tired.
Gotta leave enough time to watch Last of Us with the wife.
Yeah, I might fall asleep during my Last of Us. Guys, thanks for being here for another Fuck It Friday, Wildcard Friday, whatever we do here on Fridays.
Whatever the fuck we call it.
Whatever we do. Today we had a really cool guy from Ireland to come in and talk to us about Irish things and various other tangents. Come back with us on Sunday. We're going to do another chapter of The Sword and the Shield by Peniel Joseph, The Revolutionary Lives of Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. Johnny, I don't know if you know this. I was wrong about the length of the chapter. The next 2 chapters are The World Stage and A World on Fire. And I didn't realize that they were I just saw the word world. It's not 50 pages. It's only like 20 pages.
Oh, thank fucking God.
I know.
Jesus Christ.
But since one was called World Stage and the other one was called World on Fire, I just like kind of didn't. I just saw the word world and kept going, and I combined them both, and so significantly less reading.
It's going to be less of a 5-hour long episode and more of like a 3.5, possibly 4. But y'all should be used to that by now.
Yeah, depends on how many tangents we get on. So we'll see. Yeah. But come check us out on Sunday. For more of that subversive history, literature-based goodness.
The Hot Dish fundraiser stream for trans justice funding project. I think she has a lot of potential to be more based, although she doesn't dedicate political. I don't know what the hell that guide the rate. All right, so you want me to do the Hot Dish?
Well, salam. Yep. Thank you, Hash Kush. Thank you,
All right,
Cyclone,
give me a
Sean
second.
Me,
and
Fred
I'll-
Wizard, David, Red Falcon, Tiniest Boop, all my people. Sorry, I can only get Frankster says, I see you in here. All my people in here. Thank you, Baldwin's Ghost. Sorry, I'm not scrolling up anymore, but I appreciate everybody. Are we out? Are we raiding out? There's Frankster. What's up?
All right, so Cycrum, because you spent a lot of channel points and stuff. We're gonna be raiding out to the hot dish. For anybody that doesn't decide to go there, and you wind up in Horse's chat, please let them know that
Shout out to Horse for stopping by today.
Yeah, thank you. God bless. Famous Horse.
Yep.
We're gonna raid out. And
Pinko the Bear, thanks for stopping by. If you're still in lurker mode, appreciate you. Sin Chow, thank you. We did. I think we did good today.
I think we did pretty damn good. Love y'all. See you Sunday.
All right. Yes.
Salam. Stay strong out there.
Salam.